Chapter 1, Part 1, Origins and Mythology of Sadako. Sadako Yamamura's story finds its roots in a rich tapestry of Japanese folklore, urban legends, and literary imagination. To understand Sadako fully, we must begin by exploring the cultural and historical contexts that shaped her character. The figure of Sadako draws heavily from the traditional Japanese concept of the onryo, a vengeful spirit who returns from the dead to exact revenge on the living. Onryo tales have been a part of Japanese culture for centuries, often reflecting societal anxieties about injustice, betrayal, and unresolved grievances. These spirits are typically women who suffer tragic fates, often through betrayal or violence, and their restless souls seek to redress wrongs. Sadako's origins as an onryo place her within this long-standing tradition, linking her narrative to classical ghost stories that emphasize emotional depth and moral consequences. Moreover, Sadako's story incorporates modern elements, particularly the use of technology as a medium for her curse. This fusion of ancient supernatural beliefs with contemporary technology creates a unique mythos that resonates with modern audiences. The character of Sadako first appeared in Koji Suzuki's 1991 novel Ring, where she is depicted as a mysterious and malevolent figure tied to a cursed videotape. Suzuki's novel draws inspiration from folklore while introducing new themes such as psychic phenomena and media-based curses. The videotape itself becomes a symbol of the pervasive influence of media and the anxieties surrounding rapidly evolving technology in late 20th century Japan. Sadako's curse transmitted through a videotape is both a literal and metaphorical representation of how technology can carry unseen dangers. Historical events and social changes in Japan during the late 20th century also informed Sadako's mythology. The country's rapid modernization and technological advancement created tensions between tradition and progress, fears about the loss of cultural identity, and concerns about the impact of media saturation. Sadako's narrative captures these tensions, positioning her as a figure who embodies both ancient fears and contemporary anxieties. Her curse reflects deeper questions about memory, trauma, and the consequences of neglecting the past. In addition to her origins in folklore and literature, Sadako's character also intersects with regional ghost stories and urban legends. Stories of women who died tragically and haunt particular locations are common in Japan, and Sadako's backstory echoes many of these narratives, grounding her myth in familiar cultural motifs. This blend of traditional and modern elements is key to understanding Sadako's enduring appeal. She is both a continuation of ancient ghost stories and a new kind of horror figure shaped by the media landscape of her time. The figure of Sadako thus operates on multiple levels, as a cultural symbol, a product of literary creativity, and a reflection of societal fears. Exploring these origins provides a foundation for deeper analysis of her character and the narratives that surround her. Chapter 1, Part 2, Shinto, Buddhism, and the Spirit World. As Japan transitioned into the Asuka and Nara periods, 6th to 8th centuries CE, sweeping changes transformed its spiritual landscape. One of the most profound was the introduction of Buddhism, carried across the sea from the Korean peninsula and China. At first, this new faith existed alongside the older, deeply rooted belief systems that modern scholars have come to call Shinto, though at the time, there was no single doctrine or name for these indigenous practices. Instead, there was simply the native reverence for kami, spirits inhabiting mountains, trees, rivers, stones, and the sun itself. These kami were not necessarily moral or compassionate. They were forces to be respected, appeased, and feared. Buddhism brought an entirely new cosmology, a vast hierarchy of heavens and hells, populated by bodhisattvas, demons, and tormented souls. Central to Buddhist teachings was the concept of karmic retribution, that one's actions in life determined the quality of one's rebirth. The image of the gaki, or hungry ghost, emerged in sutras describing those who, driven by greed, jealousy, or violence in life, found themselves reborn in a realm of perpetual hunger. These beings, with distended bellies and tiny mouths, were doomed to wander the earth unsatisfied, seeking scraps of sustenance and pity from the living. Japanese priests and monks quickly recognized the power of these narratives, especially in a culture already steeped in respect and fear of the dead. Instead of rejecting existing beliefs about ancestors and local spirits, Buddhism wove itself into them. Memorial services were performed not just for the dead to attain better rebirths, but also to pacify them if they lingered in suffering. Sutras were chanted to guide souls away from becoming gaki, a fate everyone feared. Meanwhile, Shinto shrine practices continued, often alongside these Buddhist rites. Purification ceremonies, offerings to local kami, and seasonal festivals honoring ancestral spirits remained cornerstones of village life. This syncretic blending of belief systems was not seen as contradictory, rather, it reflected the pragmatic worldview of communities seeking harmony with both natural and supernatural forces. Over time, this mingling of traditions created a unique environment where the dead were never truly gone. They remained close, requiring attention and ritual care, lest they become resentful or bring misfortune. This became particularly urgent in times of disaster, plagues, famines, or war, when suffering was often interpreted as the work of angry or neglected spirits. Building on this foundation, the fusion of Shinto and Buddhist views on spirits became increasingly formalized as Japan's social structure grew more sophisticated. During the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, the aristocracy in Kyoto developed elaborate court rituals designed to appease or repel potentially dangerous spirits. Fear of onryo, vengeful ghosts, grew particularly acute among the political elite. Historical records such as the Nihon Sandai Jitsuroku recount how epidemics, fires, and untimely deaths among the nobility were often blamed on the wrath of betrayed or murdered rivals whose souls had not been properly placated. One famous example is the story of Sugawara no Michizane, a scholar and statesman exiled on trumped-up charges. After his death, calamities befell the capital, including lightning strikes and disease outbreaks, which were widely attributed to his furious spirit. In response, the court constructed Kitano Tenmengu Shrine to honor and pacify him, a pattern repeated countless times across Japanese history, where shrines were erected to soothe powerful spirits and transform them into protective kami. Among the common people, beliefs in lingering souls and seasonal festivals like Obon reflected the same anxieties and hopes. During Obon, it was believed that ancestral spirits returned to their former homes to visit descendants. Lanterns were lit to guide them, offerings made to ensure their comfort, and dances performed to welcome and celebrate their brief return. Such practices reinforced the notion that the dead were never entirely gone, they lived alongside the community, capable of blessing or cursing the living depending on how they were treated. At the same time, Buddhist monks continued to develop funerary rites intended to guide souls through the 6 realms of existence, preventing them from becoming hungry ghosts or wrathful onryo. These rituals became part of village life, often blending seamlessly with older Shinto traditions. Through this slow and steady syncretism, Japan's ghost lore accumulated rich layers of meaning, intertwining native animism with Buddhist doctrines of karma, rebirth, and the eternal cycle of suffering. This layered belief system, a seamless merging of Shinto reverence for natural spirits and Buddhist concern for karmic retribution, laid the groundwork for the ghost stories that would flourish in later centuries. In villages across Japan, local customs dictated how to appease the spirits of those who died violently or tragically. Special offerings were made on anniversaries of death, and families maintained household altars to honor ancestors daily. Fear of the unquiet dead led to protective charms, talismans inscribed with sutras, and the planting of sacred trees near homes to ward off wandering souls. Literature from the Heian period also reflects this blending of fear and ritual. In classical works such as the Tale of Genji, characters frequently encounter restless spirits whose lingering emotions, jealousy, love, anger, spill into the world of the living, causing sickness or madness. These stories were not merely entertainment but also cautionary tales, underscoring the importance of proper ritual observance and respect for the dead. By the medieval period, this cultural foundation had evolved into a sophisticated set of practices and beliefs surrounding eerie, paving the way for the dramatic ghost stories of the Edo era. The notion that the dead retained agency, could bear grudges, and demanded continued remembrance remained central to Japanese spirituality. This enduring intimacy with the spirit world, shaped by centuries of syncretic ritual and folklore, created the fertile soil in which iconic figures like Sadako would later take root, embodying the deepest cultural fears of the lingering, vengeful dead. Chapter 1, Part 3, Yuria and Onryo, Female Vengeance Ghosts in Classical Japan. As Japanese ghost lore matured, one figure emerged with chilling consistency, the female ghost driven by rage, betrayal, or lingering attachment. These spirits, often called Onryo, literally grudge-holding spirits, became some of the most enduring and terrifying icons in Japanese folklore and theater. Unlike the benign ancestral spirits honored at Obon, Onryo were feared as beings whose pain in life had twisted into malevolent power in death. In early medieval literature and oral tales, Onryo were usually women who had been wronged by men, murdered wives, abandoned lovers, or victims of political intrigue. Their stories reflected a patriarchal society where women often had little agency in life but, through ghostly transformation, could upend the world of the living. This duality, the powerless woman in life becoming an unstoppable force in death, was both a source of fear and fascination. Kabuki and no theater, particularly during the Edo period, solidified the imagery of these vengeful women, disheveled hair, white burial kimono, and expressions twisted by grief and anger. In plays such as Yatsuya Kaiden, Oiwa's ghost returns to drive her unfaithful husband mad, her face scarred and distorted by poison, a visual reminder of the injustice done to her. These performances blended spectacle with moral lesson, warning audiences about the consequences of betrayal and cruelty. In addition to theatrical depictions, folk tales and local legends throughout Japan often centered on the figure of the Onryo. In rural villages, stories were told of women who died in childbirth and returned to haunt the living out of longing for the children they never raised, or of brides betrayed on their wedding night whose rage poisoned entire households. Shrines and monuments dedicated to appeasing such spirits dot the Japanese countryside, reminders of a lingering belief that the boundary between life and death was fragile, especially when emotions ran deep. Scholars of folklore note how these tales serve to reinforce social norms while simultaneously providing a pressure valve for anxieties about gender and power. The unfaithful husband, the cruel mother-in-law, or the corrupt official became targets of ghostly revenge in countless stories, suggesting both moral justice and a hidden, unsettling truth that the powerless in life might gain unimaginable power in death. This duality gave rise to entire cycles of local legends, each region boasting its own famous Onryo whose tragic story was retold for generations. These figures were woven into community identity, cautionary tales, and even religious practice. Villagers would conduct ceremonies at grave sites, offer prayers, and consult mediums to determine if a spirit had been placated or remained restless. In Edo period urban centers, the popularity of ghost stories surged alongside the rise of mass publishing and kabuki theater. Illustrated books known as kusazoshi and cheap woodblock prints brought famous ghost tales into the hands of common people. Publishers capitalized on public appetite for the macabre, producing collections of kaiden, ghost stories, that often featured Onryo whose tragic fates mirrored anxieties of the urban population. These stories were not confined to entertainment. Fear of vengeful spirits led families to commission Buddhist priests to perform exorcisms or hold memorial services. Talismans inscribed with protective sutras were sold near temples, and household altars often included offerings specifically for appeasing potentially restless souls. This commercialization of fear further cemented the Onryo archetype in popular culture. Meanwhile, artists like Katsushika Hokusai and Yutagawa Kuniyashi created haunting woodblock prints depicting famous ghost scenes, showing the white-robed female figure emerging from wells, gliding above tatami floors, or stretching her neck impossibly long, all imagery that would later influence modern horror cinema, including the design of Sadako herself. Beyond the stage and printed page, religious institutions played a critical role in maintaining the delicate balance between the living and the dead. Buddhist temples often became centers for performing memorial rites aimed at pacifying Onryo. Monks specialized in spirit pacification were consulted to avert calamities, particularly in times of epidemic or famine, which were commonly blamed on vengeful souls. This religious dimension elevated the Onryo beyond mere folklore into a societal force that touched nearly every facet of Japanese life. Anthropologists and historians have noted how the figure of the female ghost also intersected with larger cultural shifts. As urbanization spread, social ties weakened, and traditional family structures were strained, tales of wronged women returning to demand justice became increasingly popular. In this sense, the onryo served as both a conservative warning against breaking social norms and a subversive figure exposing the failures of those norms, an ambivalent symbol that haunted Japan's collective imagination. Literature from the Edo period further elaborated these tensions. In countless illustrated storybooks, often read aloud in tea houses or passed hand to hand among urban workers, the same archetypal image recurred: a wronged woman with flowing black hair, white robes, and hollow eyes appearing to exact revenge on those who hurt her. Her fury was not random, it was directed with precision at those whose actions broke the moral fabric of society. As Japan modernized in the late 19th century, the figure of the onryo did not vanish. Instead, she adapted, appearing in newspaper serials, early cinema, and later television dramas. Her presence became a cultural touchstone, a reminder that beneath the surface of polite society lurked centuries of stories in which female suffering refused to be silenced, returning instead in the terrifying form of the ghost. In this sense, the onryo was both a timeless figure and a mirror of changing Japanese society. She embodied the enduring belief that death does not erase injustice, it amplifies it. The wrongs done in life demanded recognition, ritual, and sometimes a price paid in fear. In the centuries to come, this legacy would directly inspire the birth of Sadako, Japan's most famous ghost of the modern era, whose story draws deeply from the same well of vengeance, grief, and cultural memory that sustained the onryo for hundreds of years. Chapter 1, Part 4, Edo Period Kaiden, Theatrical Ghosts and Popular Tales. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, was a time of relative peace and stability in Japan. Under Tokugawa rule, a rigid social hierarchy governed everyday life, while the rise of cities like Edo, modern-day Tokyo, created bustling urban centers filled with merchants, artisans, and performers. It was in this environment that ghost stories, kaiden, flourished, becoming one of the most popular forms of entertainment among both the elite and common people. Public fascination with kaiden was not accidental. The relative peace of the era freed people's imaginations to explore other fears: betrayal, murder, jealousy, and the supernatural. Summer months, considered the season of ghosts, saw people gathering in tea houses, theater halls, and private homes to hear chilling tales meant to send shivers down the spine, offering a psychological respite from the sweltering heat. Among the most famous ghost stories of this era was Yotsuya Kaiden, first staged as a kabuki play in 1825 by Tsuruya Nan Bokafor. It told the tragic tale of Oiwa, a woman poisoned by her unfaithful husband. Her ghost returns hideously disfigured, driving her husband mad and ultimately causing his downfall. The play's shocking imagery, combined with themes of betrayal and revenge, captivated audiences and quickly spread into illustrated books, woodblock prints, and puppet theater adaptations. Ghost stories also served as moral lessons, reinforcing social values while indulging the public's appetite for the macabre. They often centered on themes of loyalty, filial piety, and karmic retribution, subtly reminding audiences of the consequences of violating social codes. At the same time, they offered a thrilling, transgressive space where the powerless, especially women, could gain supernatural power in death. Kabuki and bunraku puppet theater were the main mediums through which these stories reached wide audiences. Kabuki troupes competed fiercely to outdo each other in ghost story productions, using elaborate stagecraft, trapdoors, revolving sets, and hidden wires to create the illusion of spirits materializing and vanishing before the viewer's eyes. Actors perfected the iconic ghostly gestures: slow, gliding movements, vacant stares, and outstretched hands that seemed to float. The combination of lighting, sound, and choreography became so refined that kabuki ghost plays developed their own subgenre, known as kaiden mono. Illustrated books and broadsheets, often sold outside theaters, helped spread these stories beyond urban centers. Artists like Utagawa Kuniyashi produced vivid prints of ghost scenes, including Oiwa's distorted face, which circulated widely. Such imagery fed into the growing appetite for the supernatural among the merchant classes, becoming a lucrative business in its own right. Meanwhile, temple precincts and roadside shrines often adopted these popular stories, sometimes claiming that their grounds were connected to real events or restless spirits. Pilgrims would visit, leave offerings, and purchase charms for protection against ghosts, blurring the line between folklore, entertainment, and religious practice. Kaiden also permeated everyday urban culture in subtle ways. Storytellers known as rakugoka wove ghost tales into their repertoires, delivering them with dramatic flair in tea houses and small gatherings. Lantern processions and nighttime festivals featured costumed performers enacting famous ghost scenes, thrilling audiences and reinforcing the idea that the spirit world was always close at hand. Even children's games and seasonal superstitions took on ghostly themes, as parents warned youngsters not to wander alone at night or risk encountering the angry dead. Scholars have noted how these stories often reflected real anxieties simmering beneath Edo's social surface. Rapid urbanization brought crime, disease, and stark inequalities. The ghost stories, with their cautionary warnings and violent retributions, served as a kind of communal processing of these tensions. They channeled collective fears into narratives that emphasized karmic balance, the notion that those who did evil would inevitably be punished, even if only by forces beyond the grave. These Edo-era ghost traditions created a rich vocabulary of horror: the pale, white-robed female ghost, the obsession with hair as a symbol of grief and madness, the well or threshold as a liminal space between life and death. Such motifs would reappear again and again, not just in popular entertainment but in the collective psyche of Japan. They also provided future artists, filmmakers, and writers with a foundation on which to build new stories. As Japan entered the modern era, these tropes evolved but never vanished. Early Meiji period novels and kabuki revivals continued to feature famous ghost tales, while 20th century cinema adapted them for new technologies. But it was the legacy of Edo's Kaiten culture, its careful balance of moral lesson, psychological fear, and visual spectacle, that ensured ghost stories remained an enduring and essential part of Japanese culture. In the next chapter, we'll trace how these motifs transformed with the advent of modern literature and cinema, setting the stage for the rise of Sadako as Japan's most iconic ghost. Chapter 1, Part 5, Ghosts in Society, Gender Roles, Power, and Fear. Beyond theater and folklore, the ghost stories of Japan also reveal deep currents within Japanese society, especially regarding gender, power, and social order. Throughout the Edo period, society was governed by strict Confucian norms dictating hierarchy and behavior. Men were expected to be providers and public figures, while women were often confined to domestic roles, their virtue and obedience prized above all. Yet the popular ghost tales of the time often centered on women who subverted these expectations, albeit through supernatural transformation. The onryo became a vessel for expressing hidden anxieties, fears of betrayal, of uncontrolled female sexuality, of vengeance escaping the strict social codes that governed daily life. Many scholars argue that these tales simultaneously reinforced and challenged social norms. On one hand, they warned of the dangers of transgression, unfaithful husbands met grisly ends, the breakdown of proper social conduct resulted in ghostly retribution. On the other hand, they granted narrative power to the marginalized, particularly women, suggesting that suffering in life could become agency in death. In villages and towns alike, these stories weren't just entertainment, they were reminders of the consequences of breaking moral codes and of the unseen forces that kept society in balance. Ghost stories also reflected shifting power dynamics between social classes. In the bustling cities of Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto, merchants gained increasing wealth yet remained socially inferior to the samurai class. Ghost tales often portrayed samurai corrupted by greed or lust, punished by spirits of those they wronged. These stories subtly critiqued the ruling class while reassuring common folk that moral balance, enforced by supernatural forces, would prevail. At the same time, new publishing industries spread such tales far beyond urban centers. Cheap illustrated books carried stories of haunted samurai mansions, betrayed lovers, and vengeful wives into the countryside, reinforcing cultural norms and collective fears. By consuming these stories, communities reified the importance of proper behavior, family loyalty, and respect for social order, even as they reveled in the terror of what happened when those structures broke down. Religious institutions also played a role in mediating these fears. Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines offered protective amulets, hosted memorial services for restless souls, and conducted purification rituals to guard against spirit attacks. Priests and monks served as spiritual authorities, interpreting calamities, such as sudden deaths, fires, or epidemics, as possible signs of angered spirits needing appeasement. This interplay between ghost stories, religious practice, and social stability created a uniquely Japanese landscape where the spiritual and the everyday were deeply intertwined. The dead were never far removed from the living, and the possibility of supernatural retribution served as both comfort and threat. This environment would later become fertile ground for modern horror narratives, where centuries-old anxieties resurfaced in new forms. These cultural patterns persisted even into the modern era. As Japan industrialized and urbanized in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, ghost stories continued to resonate with deep-seated fears about social change, family disintegration, and moral decay. Authors and artists adapted traditional motifs, the betrayed wife, the wandering mother, the corrupt official punished by spectral vengeance, into new media, including early cinema and serialized novels. In this sense, the ghost story has remained not just a mirror of society's anxieties but also a subtle instrument of moral education and collective self-examination. Even today, many Japanese horror films and urban legends draw directly on this long tradition, blending social critique with spine-chilling fear. This legacy of ghost tales centered on gender, power, and retribution would become central to the mythos of Sadako, whose story emerges from the same cultural soil that birthed centuries of haunting female spirits. Chapter 1, Part 6, Transition to Modernity, Meiji-era Folklore and Early Media. As Japan entered the Meiji era, 1868 to 1912, the nation underwent rapid modernization and westernization. Feudal structures collapsed, the samurai class was abolished, and the government pushed new technologies and ideas, hoping to catch up with the industrialized West. Yet amid this upheaval, traditional beliefs about ghosts, spirits, and the afterlife did not disappear, they adapted, finding new life in emerging forms of mass media. Newspapers and magazines, a relatively recent innovation, published serialized cadence stories alongside news of international affairs and political reforms. These ghost tales reflected anxieties about a society in flux, where old ways of life were vanishing. Stories of lingering spirits became symbolic of those left behind by progress, the rural poor, former samurai, and others alienated by rapid change. At the same time, Western ideas about science and rationalism began to challenge traditional beliefs. Intellectuals debated the existence of ghosts, publishing skeptical essays, while spiritualists and mediums claimed to prove that spirits persisted, using new tools such as photographs to capture images of the dead. This period also saw the rise of so-called ghost photography, where photographers claimed to capture images of spirits hovering near the living. While often dismissed as trickery by skeptics, such images captivated the public imagination, appearing in newspapers and exhibitions. They blended Western technology with Japanese spiritualism, offering a new medium through which belief in ghosts could adapt and survive in a supposedly rational age. Meanwhile, popular theater continued to stage ghost stories, but with new twists reflecting contemporary fears. Some plays incorporated references to railroads, telegraphs, and factories, symbols of modernization haunted by the angry dead, suggesting that progress came at a cost. Urban audiences flocked to these performances, seeing in them an echo of their own anxieties about the rapid changes sweeping through their lives. Outside urban centers, local ghost traditions continued to flourish. Village elders recounted tales of mountain spirits, haunted roads, and vengeful ghosts that punished greed and betrayal. These stories adapted to changing times, sometimes incorporating themes of industrial encroachment or environmental degradation. For instance, legends arose about spirits inhabiting abandoned mines or rail tunnels, places linked to Japan's modernization drive but also to danger, death, and exploitation of workers. Folklorists in the Meiji era began collecting these local stories, concerned they would vanish amid urban growth. Their work preserved countless regional variants of ghost tales, some centuries old, others clearly new adaptations reflecting modern fears. This surge of interest helped ensure that Japan's ghost tradition was not lost but rather transformed, continuing to evolve in tandem with the nation's shifting identity. Religious practices also adapted. Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines continued to offer memorial services for the dead, but some began to incorporate references to industrial dangers. Monks chanted prayers at railway construction sites where accidents claimed lives, hoping to pacify restless spirits. This syncretic melding of old and new reflected the nation's broader struggle to reconcile tradition with modernity. In addition, scholars and novelists alike mined ghost stories for cultural insight, publishing academic studies and fictional adaptations that treated spirits not merely as superstition, but as windows into the national psyche. Works by authors like Lafcadio Hearn, who translated and retold Japanese ghost tales for Western audiences, also brought these stories into international consciousness. Hearn's fascination with the intersection of modernity and folklore influenced generations of Japanese writers who followed, encouraging them to see ghost tales not as relics but as evolving cultural expressions. By the dawn of the 20th century, Japan was poised to become a world power, yet its rich ghost tradition remained deeply embedded in popular culture. These stories, reflecting old fears and new uncertainties, would become the foundation for future innovations in film, literature, and eventually the rise of the iconic figure of Sadako. Chapter 2, Part 1, Koji Suzuki's Life and Inspirations. Koji Suzuki was born in 1957 in Hamamatsu, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Growing up, he was surrounded by a post-war society still grappling with rapid modernization and the lingering scars of conflict. Suzuki's childhood was marked by a fascination with storytelling. He devoured books and showed an early interest in myths and legends, particularly those tinged with horror and the supernatural. His environment, where old traditions coexisted uneasily with modern industry, would later deeply inform his writing. In interviews, Suzuki has often described himself as a solitary child, drawn to quiet spaces where he could read and imagine. He credits his love of horror partly to early exposure to ghost stories told by grandparents and neighbors, local tales of mountain spirits, cursed places, and restless ancestors, typical of Japan's rich oral tradition. Suzuki studied literature at Keio University but did not immediately pursue writing full-time. Instead, he worked a series of jobs, including in advertising, while quietly honing his craft, writing stories and experimenting with genres ranging from fantasy to science fiction. His experiences living through Japan's economic boom and later the uncertainties of the 1990s lost decade would give him a keen sense of societal anxieties, a theme that runs through much of his later work. By the late 1980s, Suzuki began submitting short stories and novels to literary competitions, steadily building his reputation. His early works often blended psychological tension with speculative twists, reflecting both his fascination with Western science fiction and his grounding in Japanese folklore. He was particularly influenced by authors such as Stephen King, whose ability to tap into everyday fears and weave them into supernatural horror deeply impressed him. Suzuki has noted that his interest in horror wasn't purely about fear, but about using fear to explore broader social issues, alienation, technological change, and the fragility of human relationships. During this time, Japan was experiencing the peak of its economic bubble, a period marked by both prosperity and underlying anxiety about what might happen when the boom ended. Suzuki saw horror as a way to capture those undercurrents of unease, crafting stories that were as much about human psychology as they were about ghosts or curses. He also began researching classical Japanese ghost tales, comparing them with Western traditions. This cross-cultural curiosity would later inform his greatest success, the novel Ring, which seamlessly combined Japanese spiritual fears with a modern, technological twist that resonated both at home and abroad. Suzuki has often spoken about the duality in his work, the clash between ancient superstition and modern rationality. In the early 1990s, as Japan entered its economic downturn, these themes became especially relevant. Suzuki, now a father raising his own children, was struck by how media and technology had become inseparable from daily life. Television, videotapes, and eventually computers seemed to mediate every human interaction, an idea that deeply unsettled him. During this period, he began drafting what would become Ring. He was inspired not just by classic horror but also by real-world urban legends circulating in Tokyo, whispered rumors of cursed videos, chain letters, and other modern-day curses that spread through technology rather than face-to-face contact. Suzuki saw in these stories a perfect metaphor for contemporary fears, the hidden dangers lurking within the very tools society relied upon. He immersed himself in research, studying both modern epidemiology to understand how curses might spread like diseases, and older folk beliefs about transmission of evil through objects. This careful blending of scientific method and folkloric tradition would become a hallmark of Suzuki's style, setting him apart from many of his contemporaries. By the time Ring was published in 1991, Suzuki had honed a distinctive voice, one that balanced clinical precision with atmospheric dread. The novel was not an immediate bestseller but slowly gained momentum through word of mouth, praised for its fresh take on horror that linked old fears of the vengeful dead with contemporary anxieties about technology's reach. Critics highlighted Suzuki's unique ability to make the mundane, a VHS tape, a hotel room, a telephone call, into conduits of terror. Suzuki continued to explore similar themes in subsequent works, becoming one of Japan's most influential horror writers. Yet he has always maintained that his true focus is on human relationships under pressure, with the supernatural serving as a catalyst rather than the sole source of horror. In this sense, Suzuki stands firmly in the tradition of Japanese ghost storytelling, where the line between personal tragedy and supernatural vengeance is often blurred, and where fear is never just about monsters, but about what those monsters reveal in ourselves. Chapter 2, Part 2, Writing Ring, the Techno-Horror Vision. Suzuki's Ring began as a simple premise, a cursed videotape that brings death to its viewers after 7 days. Yet behind this concept lay a web of influences, folklore, epidemiology, and the emerging anxieties of a society rapidly integrating technology into every facet of life. Suzuki was fascinated by how fear could spread like a contagion, much like an urban legend. The 1980s and early 1990s saw Japan flooded with rumors about cursed chain letters and stories that seemed to travel invisibly through gossip, television, and eventually the nascent internet. Suzuki saw a parallel between these viral tales and traditional Japanese ghost lore, where curses could attach to objects, places, or people and pass silently from one victim to another. Drawing on his research into both disease models and Japanese Kaiden, Suzuki crafted a narrative that felt eerily plausible. The cursed tape and ring functioned almost like a biological weapon, carrying death not through a visible agent but through the hidden psychological terror that spread via modern media. He framed this story with a quasi-scientific tone, mirroring medical thrillers popular at the time, giving the supernatural elements a chilling realism. Suzuki's blending of horror and science was also partly inspired by Japan's own history with rapid technological advancement. The country that had embraced nuclear power and suffered its devastating consequences harbored deep-seated anxieties about invisible forces embedded in modernity. In Ring, the videotape becomes a symbol of this, a mundane, household object that carries death, echoing the tension between society's fascination with technology and its fear of what lies beneath its polished surface. Suzuki also studied classic Japanese ghost motifs to lend authenticity to his narrative. The long-haired female spirit, appearing with disjointed movements and filled with resentful rage, had centuries of precedent in kabuki theater and folklore. But by embedding this figure within the framework of a modern media-driven curse, Suzuki created something new, a ghost story that felt both timeless and unnervingly contemporary. The process of writing Ring was, by Suzuki's own account, methodical yet intuitive. He outlined the plot meticulously, mapping out the 7-day countdown that would anchor the novel's tension. He drew inspiration from classic detective fiction, structuring the narrative as a mystery in which the protagonists, journalists and scientists, try to unravel the curse's origin and mechanics. This investigative framework allowed Suzuki to explore broader themes, the limits of rationality, the human impulse to control fate, and the clash between scientific inquiry and spiritual forces. Critics have often praised this approach, noting how Suzuki avoided many of the tropes common in horror at the time. There were no slasher-style villains lurking in the shadows. Instead, the dread grew from the protagonist's growing realization that the source of the curse lay beyond conventional understanding, an invisible contagion that could not be reasoned with, only survived, perhaps, by unearthing its forgotten roots. When Ring was published in 1991, it was not an instant blockbuster but gained steady popularity, fueled by readers' word of mouth and growing fascination with its chilling premise. Many commentators at the time noted how it tapped into societal fears surrounding media saturation and the hidden dangers of modern life. The 7-day deadline became a cultural meme of sorts, with readers challenging each other to read the book at night and see if they could endure the creeping dread. Suzuki would later note that he never imagined the novel would spark such an enduring franchise, spawning films, sequels, comics, and even stage plays. But in retrospect, Ring represented a perfect synthesis of Japan's older ghost traditions with the contemporary anxieties of an increasingly interconnected, media-driven society. It set the stage for Sadako's rise as the ultimate modern ghost, a figure whose roots lay deep in history, yet whose power grew precisely because she was born into an age of screens and transmissions. Chapter 2, Part 3, Sadako on Paper, Gender, Technology, and Curses. In Ring, Suzuki introduced one of modern horror's most enduring figures, Sadako Yamamura. On the surface, Sadako was the engine of the curse, the angry ghost whose fury killed all who watched the tape. But Suzuki's portrayal of Sadako was layered, drawing on centuries of Japanese ghost archetypes while also pushing them into new territory that reflected contemporary anxieties about gender, technology, and the unstoppable spread of information. Sadako is not simply a monster, she is a tragic figure, born into a world that fears and exploits her. In the novel, she is described as having psychic powers inherited from her mother, Shizuko, whose abilities were publicly demonstrated and ridiculed by skeptical scientists and journalists. This public humiliation leads to Shizuko's suicide and shapes Sadako's own fate, marking her as both an object of curiosity and a victim of society's cruelty toward women perceived as other or dangerous. Suzuki intertwines this backstory with elements of modern science, suggesting that Sadako's powers might be linked to a virus-like agent, a fusion of the supernatural and biological that would become a hallmark of his horror style. In this way, Sadako's curse is more than just a ghostly threat, it is a commentary on how society's thirst for spectacle and scientific curiosity can dehumanize and destroy vulnerable individuals, particularly women. Suzuki deliberately framed Sadako as both victim and villain. Her rage is born from betrayal, isolation, and the violence done to her, themes deeply rooted in the onryo tradition of Japanese folklore. Yet Suzuki also gave her a distinctly modern twist. Her curse is transmitted not by mere proximity but through technology, specifically the ubiquitous videotape. This choice resonated powerfully with Japanese readers in the early 1990s, when home video was reshaping entertainment and sparking debates about media influence. Sadako's ambiguous gender and sexual presentation in the novel further complicate her image. Suzuki hints at Sadako possessing both male and female sexual characteristics, an element often overlooked in film adaptations but crucial in the text. Scholars have suggested this ambiguity represents societal fears around shifting gender norms in Japan, a country grappling with rapid social change and challenges to traditional roles. In blending the familiar figure of the vengeful woman with the alien threat of a cursed videotape, Suzuki created a ghost that embodied both old and new fears, of female rage, of uncontrollable contagion, and of technology's potential to spread evil beyond human control. Sadako's curse also blurs the line between science and superstition. Suzuki constructs her power not as a ghostly hand reaching from the well, but as a kind of psychic virus that embeds itself into videotape, a modern medium that, ironically, was celebrated for bringing convenience and entertainment into the home. In this way, the text becomes a critique of how technology can harbor hidden dangers, echoing deeper societal fears about how media shapes reality and infiltrates private spaces. In interviews, Suzuki has said he wanted to create a horror that felt grounded in modern life, something readers couldn't dismiss as just ancient superstition. The cursed videotape, easily shared among friends, passed hand to hand without thought, was the perfect vessel, a mundane artifact transformed into a conduit of death. This reflected growing unease in Japanese society about how quickly information, and with it, potential harm, could spread through new channels. Critics have often noted how Sadako represents a uniquely modern onryo, born from an era of screens and transmissions, yet still rooted in centuries of ghost tradition. Unlike classical spirits tied to specific places or familial grudges, Sadako's curse is networked, viral, and omnipresent. She does not haunt a single house or village but spreads invisibly through society's own systems of communication. This blending of folklore with contemporary media made Sadako both a frightening villain and a powerful cultural metaphor. Her story resonates not just as a chilling tale but as a commentary on how Japan, and the world, increasingly lives surrounded by screens, where horror might slip unnoticed into the most ordinary part of life. In this way, Suzuki redefined the ghost story for a new era, laying the groundwork for Sadako's future transformation into a global horror icon. Chapter 2, Part 4, Sequels and Expansions, Spiral, Loop, Birthday. The success of Ring set the stage for Suzuki to expand the story into a broader narrative universe, exploring both the scientific and supernatural aspects of Sadako's curse. His next novel, Spiral, Rasen, published in 1995, continued the tale immediately after the events of Ring, shifting focus from the haunted videotape to a deeper investigation of the curse as a biological phenomenon. In Spiral, Suzuki introduced Dr. Ando, a pathologist drawn into the mystery after performing an autopsy on Ryuji Takayama, one of the main characters from Ring. Through Ando's perspective, the curse evolves from ghost story into something more akin to a viral outbreak, a genetic plague passed through the cursed videotape, now threatening to rewrite humanity itself. Suzuki layered medical terminology and scientific speculation over the horror, turning Spiral into a blend of techno-thriller and metaphysical nightmare. Critics were divided. Some praised the novel's ambitious expansion of the Ring mythos, while others felt the shift from eerie dread to speculative science diluted the supernatural terror. But for Suzuki, the novel represented a deliberate effort to fuse traditional ghost story elements with modern scientific anxieties, a theme he would continue in Loop and beyond. In 1998, Suzuki published Loop, the third novel in the Ring cycle. Departing dramatically from the cursed videotape premise, Loop revealed that the events of the previous books existed within a simulated reality, a computer program designed to study a mysterious virus. In this story, the curse itself becomes a self-replicating code, blurring the boundary between biological contagion and digital information. This shift divided readers even further. While some admired Suzuki's boldness in reframing the series as speculative science fiction, others longed for the intimate, creeping horror of the first novel. Yet Loop represented Suzuki's consistent interest in examining horror through the lens of evolving technology. It also mirrored Japan's growing anxiety in the late 1990s about the digital revolution, artificial intelligence, and questions of what it meant to be human in a world increasingly mediated by data. Critics and scholars have since reappraised Loop, recognizing it as an essential part of Suzuki's larger project, dismantling traditional notions of horror and rebuilding them on the unstable terrain of modern science and technology. In 1999, Suzuki returned to more familiar ghost story territory with Birthday, a collection of 3 interconnected novellas that filled in gaps and backstories from the Ring universe. One story, Shepherd, explored the days leading up to Sadako's murder, offering readers a more humanized portrait of the girl before her transformation into an icon of vengeance. Another, Lemonheart, provided insight into Mai Takano, a supporting character from Spiral, showing how the curse continued to ripple through lives even as scientists tried to rationalize or control it. With Birthday, Suzuki effectively deepened the tragedy behind Sadako's story while also affirming the power of ghostly terror beyond clinical explanation. The collection was well received, praised for bringing emotional nuance and psychological shading to a mythology that, by Loop, had risked losing its human dimension amid cosmic revelations and science fiction frameworks. Together, Spiral, Loop, and Birthday showcase Suzuki's ambitious approach to horror. Refusing to confine himself to a single genre or formula, he pushed the Sadako mythos into new thematic terrain. From viral contagion to virtual reality and intimate character studies, he demonstrated that horror could be a lens for exploring everything from cutting-edge science to timeless human grief and vengeance. Even as the Ring series expanded, Sadako remained its beating heart, an avatar of society's collective fears about technology, contagion, and the costs of progress. Suzuki's sequels thus ensured that Sadako's story wasn't static, it grew and adapted just as the anxieties of the age shifted, laying the foundation for countless reinterpretations in film, television, and beyond. Chapter 2, Part 5, The Literary Legacy, Critics, Fans, and Impact on Japanese Horror Writing. Koji Suzuki's Ring series did more than spark a successful franchise, it transformed the Japanese horror landscape. Before Suzuki, horror fiction in Japan often leaned on the grotesque or the surreal, with authors like Edogawa Ranpo crafting psychological thrillers and macabre mysteries that reflected anxieties of the 20th century. Suzuki shifted the paradigm, bringing a cool, clinical style that examined fear through the lens of science, urban legend, and the mundane technologies of daily life. Critics noted Suzuki's spare prose and almost repertorial tone, which set him apart from earlier horror writers. His approach emphasized atmosphere and the slow accumulation of dread rather than sudden shocks or elaborate descriptions of violence. This method resonated with readers, particularly as Japan entered the uncertainty of the post-bubble era, when technology, economic stagnation, and social change left many feeling unmoored. Fans praised Suzuki for weaving deep human stories into his horror, particularly in his depiction of Sadako, whose backstory of isolation and betrayal mirrored real fears of alienation in modern society. Scholars of Japanese literature have also highlighted Suzuki's role in bridging traditional ghost story elements with contemporary themes of technology and contagion. Whereas earlier Kaiden tales focused on family feuds or village legends, Suzuki recast the ghost as an entity that spread through modern communication networks. This shift reflected larger societal shifts, Japan's growing dependence on media, its fears of technological collapse, and the erosion of older communal ties. The success of Ring inspired a new wave of Japanese horror writers who adopted Suzuki's blend of minimal prose, psychological tension, and modern settings. Authors like Atsushi and Hiroshi Sakurazaka have cited Suzuki as an influence, particularly in their approach to urban legends and technological horror. His impact is also evident in the proliferation of shin-hankaku, New Orthodox, mystery novels, where supernatural elements are intertwined with procedural detail, mirroring Suzuki's hybrid of ghost story and scientific thriller. Beyond literary circles, Suzuki's work had a ripple effect in popular culture. Television specials dissected urban legends and ghost stories with a newfound seriousness, often referencing Ring as proof that horror could be both commercially viable and intellectually rich. Magazine articles debated the meaning of Sadako, with some cultural critics arguing that she embodied societal fears of female anger and technology run amok. Fan communities also thrived, sharing theories about the novels, hunting down obscure references, and even writing their own sequels and spin-offs online. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, internet forums and fan sites devoted to Suzuki's work became gathering places for horror enthusiasts, many of whom later cited his books as an inspiration for their own creative projects. Suzuki himself has remained somewhat elusive in the public eye, often deflecting praise by emphasizing that he sees horror as simply another tool to examine human nature. Yet his influence is undeniable. Today, scholars regularly include his work in university courses on Japanese literature and media studies, examining how Ring and its sequels reflected, and perhaps accelerated, Japan's collective anxieties around the digital age. In interviews, Suzuki has often remarked that his stories are less about ghosts and more about society's capacity to generate its own monsters. That perspective has inspired countless writers and filmmakers, ensuring that his legacy extends far beyond the pages of his novels. For Japanese horror literature, Suzuki remains a towering figure, the author who proved that the vengeful spirit could adapt, mutate, and haunt a wired world hungry for stories of fear. Chapter 2, Part 6, Global Reach, Translations and the Spread of Sadako's Story. As Ring and its sequels found success in Japan, publishers and literary agents began to take notice of their potential abroad. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, translations of Suzuki's work began appearing in English, French, German, and other languages. Early Western readers were intrigued by the unique blend of psychological dread, scientific speculation, and deep-rooted Japanese ghost traditions, which felt both familiar and strikingly new. Unlike many Japanese novels of the time, Suzuki's minimalist prose and tight plotting translated smoothly into other languages. Critics praised the books for their spare, almost clinical tone, a stark contrast to the sometimes florid style of horror fiction popular in the West. Scholars noted how Suzuki's work filled a gap in global horror literature, a fresh voice that balanced folklore and modern fears about technology, contagion, and isolation. Meanwhile, as international film audiences began discovering Hideo Nakata's Ring adaptation, interest in the books spiked. Publishers rushed to acquire rights, and Suzuki soon became one of the few contemporary Japanese authors whose horror work had substantial global readership. Film critics and scholars began comparing Suzuki's novels with Western horror traditions, noting how his themes of viral curses and technological dread offered a distinct alternative to the often monster-driven or slasher-centric narratives popular in Europe and America. While Western horror frequently focused on external threats, masked killers, vampires, or grotesque creatures, Suzuki's Ring presented horror as something embedded within society's own tools of progress, media, information, and communication. This thematic difference made Suzuki's work resonate with readers and academics alike. Literary conferences on transnational horror began, including panels on Ring and the phenomenon of J-horror, examining how Japan's unique blend of folklore and modern fears was influencing global horror trends. Suzuki's Sadako, in particular, became a subject of fascination, a ghost born of modern media. She seemed to herald a new era where fear itself could travel instantly across borders and cultures. Publishers and academics also noted how Suzuki's work helped spark a broader interest in Japanese horror literature and folklore. Anthologies of Japanese ghost stories, scholarly studies of eerie, and translations of classic Kaiden tales all gained traction among Western readers intrigued by the success of Ring. University courses on Japanese literature increasingly added Suzuki's novels to their syllabi, using them as entry points to discuss globalization, cultural exchange, and the way horror reflects societal change. Simultaneously, fan communities grew online, sharing translated excerpts, analyses, and cultural context for Western audiences eager to understand the deeper roots of Sadako and the world Suzuki had created. This engagement helped ensure that Suzuki's legacy spread far beyond bookstore shelves, fostering a dialogue that bridged cultures and generations. As Ring became a global phenomenon, Suzuki was often asked about the universality of fear. He noted in interviews that while the details of ghost stories might differ between cultures, the underlying anxieties about death, technology, and human cruelty were shared across borders. This universality, he believed, was why Sadako resonated so strongly outside Japan. Her story was not just about a curse on a videotape, but about the fragile boundary between everyday life and the unknown, a boundary that feels increasingly tenuous in a hyper-connected world. Today, Suzuki's work is studied in comparative literature, film studies, and media theory courses worldwide. His novels are cited alongside classics of Western horror, proving that the language of fear, much like Sadako's curse, can transcend cultures and continue haunting new generations wherever screens flicker and stories are shared. Chapter 2, Part 7, Sadako and Other Media, Manga, Stage, and Cultural Parodies. As Ring and its film adaptation captured the public's imagination, Sadako quickly became more than just a figure of horror literature and cinema. She crossed into nearly every corner of Japanese popular culture. Manga adaptations were among the first expansions beyond the novel and film, with artists reimagining the cursed videotape narrative in stark black and white panels that heightened the story's claustrophobic dread. Some adaptations closely followed Suzuki's original text, while others took creative liberties, adding subplots or emphasizing Sadako's tragic backstory. The late 1990s and early 2000s saw a flood of Ring-inspired manga aimed at both adult horror fans and younger readers. In some versions, Sadako was drawn with exaggeratedly long hair and grotesque features to maximize shock value. In others, artists leaned into her humanity, highlighting her victimhood and the injustice she suffered before becoming a vengeful spirit. This range reflected broader cultural debates about how Sadako should be understood, as monster, martyr, or something in between. Beyond manga, Sadako began to appear on stage in theatrical adaptations. Some productions stayed true to the horror roots, using clever lighting, sound design, and practical effects to recreate the terrifying emergence from the well, a moment that had become iconic thanks to the films. Others took a more psychological approach, focusing on Sadako's childhood, her mother's public humiliation, and the slow build-up of anger and grief that transformed her into a ghost. Critics noted how the stage offered a unique space to humanize Sadako while still preserving the chilling power of her story. Live audiences could see the tragedy unfold in real time, heightening the tension and emotional impact. Some productions even experimented with immersive elements, seating the audience in the round or having Sadako's spirit move through the aisles, dissolving the boundary between performer and spectator, echoing the way her curse dissolves the boundary between screen and viewer. Alongside serious adaptations, Sadako began appearing in parodies and comedic sketches on Japanese television. Variety shows lampooned the now famous image of a woman crawling out of a television screen, turning it into a slapstick gag or a vehicle for commentary on Japan's obsession with media. Commercials borrowed the imagery as well, featuring Sadako hawking everything from snack foods to antivirus software, a tongue-in-cheek nod to her role as a digital age curse. This blend of horror and humor reflected a broader cultural pattern in Japan, where even the scariest figures often find second lives as icons of pop culture and humor. Scholars point out that this process helps defang collective fears, transforming dread into something manageable, familiar, and even marketable. Yet despite this comedic treatment, Sadako's power as a figure of horror remained undiminished, proving her flexibility as a cultural symbol. Even today, Sadako continues to appear in unexpected places. Mascot costumes of her likeness show up at sporting events and public festivals, while fans post social media memes that play on her iconic crawl from the screen. Meanwhile, serious cultural critics continue to write about her, analyzing how she reflects fears of gendered violence, media saturation, and the blurred line between public and private life in the digital age. Thus, Sadako has become more than a character. She is a mirror for societal anxieties, a vessel for humor, and an enduring symbol of Japan's ability to blend ancient ghost traditions with modern pop culture. In the next chapter, we'll explore how Sadako's leap to film cemented her place as Japan's most famous ghost, reshaping global horror cinema forever. Chapter 2, Part 8, The Birth of a Horror Icon, Sadako's Leap to Film. When Hideo Nakata directed Ring in 1998, he was adapting not just a best-selling novel but a cultural phenomenon simmering beneath Japan's surface. Nakata, a filmmaker known for his deft handling of suspense and psychological tension, recognized that Sadako's story was more than a typical ghost tale. He saw it as a mirror reflecting Japan's unease with technology, urban alienation, and the fraying of social bonds. Working with screenwriter Hiroshi Takahashi, Nakata streamlined Suzuki's plot, removing the virus-like scientific explanation and foregrounding the eerie mystery of the cursed videotape. He chose to emphasize atmosphere over exposition, letting silence, flickering screens, and the soft hum of background noise create dread. Nakata famously kept Sadako's appearances minimal and abrupt, drawing on Japan's theatrical traditions where horror lies in anticipation and suggestion rather than spectacle. In interviews, Nakata explained that he wanted the fear to creep into everyday life, to make viewers look nervously at their own televisions and wonder what might crawl out. Casting was central to Nakata's vision. For Sadako, he chose kabuki-trained actress Rie Ino, whose experience with precise, controlled movement brought a supernatural quality to the character's limited but unforgettable appearances. Nakata worked closely with Ino to develop the infamous crawl from the well, inspired by traditional Yuri theater performances where ghosts appeared to hover or glide rather than walk normally. By filming Sadako in jerky, stuttering frames and slightly altering the footage speed, Nakata achieved a disturbing, otherworldly effect. Production design was stark and grounded in reality. The curse tape itself was shot with cheap, consumer-grade equipment to give it an authentic, rough look. Nakata believed the horror would be most effective if audiences believed the videotape could plausibly exist in their own homes, a mundane artifact imbued with supernatural terror. Critics praised Nakata's decision to keep the story grounded and ambiguous, highlighting his refusal to over-explain the curse. Instead, the film let dread accumulate slowly, turning everyday objects into potential conduits of death. When Ring premiered in Japan, it was an immediate success, drawing both horror fans and mainstream audiences. Reviews praised its restraint and chilling atmosphere, contrasting it with the more graphic Western horror films popular at the time. Word of mouth spread quickly, helped by the burgeoning internet culture in late 90s Japan, where fans posted rumors and debated hidden meanings in the cursed tape imagery. Film scholars later noted how Ring tapped into widespread anxieties about the digital age, the spread of information beyond control, the dissolution of barriers between private and public spaces, and the unsettling sense that technology was becoming an invisible conduit for fear itself. Sadako, with her white dress and long black hair obscuring her face, became an icon almost overnight, an image endlessly reproduced in media and pop culture. Internationally, Ring found acclaim at film festivals, leading to global distribution deals and cementing J-horror as a potent export. Directors and critics alike praised Nakata's minimalist approach, contrasting it with the blood-soaked excesses of Hollywood horror. Sadako became a blueprint for a new kind of ghost, silent, hidden, unstoppable, born of modern anxieties rather than ancient curses alone. Ring's success launched a wave of sequels, spin-offs, and remakes, both in Japan and abroad, including the influential 2002 American adaptation directed by Gore Verbinski. But at its core, Nakata's film defined Sadako for the world, transforming her from a character in Suzuki's novel into a universal symbol of technological dread and the lingering power of the past to haunt the present. Chapter 2, Part 9, The Hollywood Adaptation, Bringing Sadako to the West. As Nakata's Ring made waves internationally, Hollywood producers quickly recognized its potential. The late 1990s and early 2000s were marked by a surge of interest in Asian horror, with American studios looking for fresh material that broke from the formulaic slasher films dominating the market. DreamWorks secured the rights to remake Ring for Western audiences, seeing in Sadako's story a chance to reinvent the genre. In adapting Ring, director Gore Verbinski and screenwriter Aaron Kruger made several key changes. They relocated the story to the Pacific Northwest, changed the protagonist to an investigative journalist named Rachel Keller, and renamed Sadako as Samara Morgan. Yet Verbinski retained the core premise, a cursed videotape that kills its viewers 7 days after watching. The film's visual style borrowed heavily from Nakata's original, emphasizing cool, desaturated tones and sudden, jarring edits to build tension. Casting Naomi Watts as Rachel gave the film an emotional anchor. Watts, relatively unknown at the time, brought a blend of vulnerability and determination that grounded the increasingly surreal narrative. For Samara, Verbinski cast child actress Davy Chase, whose unnerving stillness and piercing gaze made the character both pitiable and terrifying. Production leaned heavily on practical effects rather than CGI. The infamous scene of Samara crawling out of the television set was achieved by combining physical performance with subtle digital manipulation, maintaining the tactile unease of Nakata's original. Critics praised this choice, noting that it preserved the unsettling realism that made Ring so effective in Japan. The cursed videotape itself was carefully constructed as a montage of disturbing, disconnected imagery, rotting animals, cryptic symbols, and surreal landscapes, echoing the Japanese version but tailored to Western audiences' visual culture. When The Ring premiered in 2002, it was both a critical and commercial success, grossing over $250 million worldwide. Reviewers lauded its atmosphere and pacing, contrasting it with the more visceral, gore-heavy American horror of the time. Audiences were captivated by the 7-day countdown premise, and the film's eerie visuals sparked conversations online, with fans debating hidden meanings in the cursed tape's images. Scholars noted how the film effectively translated Japanese horror's core elements, lingering dread, ambiguity, and the use of technology as a vector of fear, into a Western context. Some purists argued it softened the cultural nuance of the original, but many agreed it introduced global audiences to the quieter, psychological style of J-horror, paving the way for further remakes of Asian horror films. The Ring's success ignited a wave of Hollywood remakes of Asian horror films, including The Grudge, Dark Water, and Pulse. This trend, often dubbed the J-horror boom in Western media, introduced audiences to new styles of fear rooted in ambiguity, atmosphere, and the uncanny rather than gore. Meanwhile, Sadako, now Samara, became a recognizable figure in Western pop culture, appearing in parodies, Halloween costumes, and countless internet memes. Scholars and critics continued to examine how The Ring adapted Japanese cultural anxieties for American audiences, noting both what was gained and what was lost in translation. Yet few denied that the film cemented Sadako/Samara as one of horror cinema's most enduring icons, a figure whose power spanned continents, screens, and cultural boundaries. Chapter 2, Part 10, The Legacy Continues, Sadako's Return and Cultural Evolution. As the 2000s progressed, Sadako's image evolved yet again. In Japan, new Ring sequels and spin-offs appeared regularly, exploring different aspects of her story. Films like Sadako 3D, 2012, and its sequel Sadako 3D 2, 2013, updated the cursed media from VHS tapes to internet videos, reflecting shifting technologies and contemporary fears about viral content and digital contagion. These films were often criticized for relying on jump scares and flashy effects, but they demonstrated Sadako's enduring relevance. She was a ghost who adapted with the times, forever linked to the tools through which society spread information and fear. At the same time, Sadako was pitted against other iconic horror figures. In 2016's Sadako vs. Kayako, she faced off against the vengeful ghost from the Ju-on, The Grudge series. Part parody, part homage, the film highlighted the playful relationship Japanese pop culture has with its horror icons, merging them into crossover events that combine genuine dread with winking self-awareness. Critics and scholars have debated the merits of these later films. Some argue that the endless sequels diluted Sadako's power, transforming her from an embodiment of psychological dread into a generic horror mascot. Others contend that these reinventions reflect precisely what makes Sadako unique. Her story is not frozen in time but rather evolves alongside shifting cultural and technological anxieties. In interviews, directors and producers of the later Ring films often noted how the rise of smartphones, social media, and instant messaging made the concept of a cursed video all the more potent. Unlike the 1990s, when VHS tapes spread hand-to-hand, digital videos now spread instantaneously, a perfect metaphor for an unstoppable curse. Yet some scholars caution that this technological shift also risks undermining the eerie intimacy of the original, where fear came from the slow, creeping dread of analog media. Meanwhile, Sadako continued to permeate Japanese pop culture outside of cinema. She appeared as a guest character in video games, from horror-themed survival adventures to more light-hearted crossovers. Theme parks staged haunted house attractions featuring her, often drawing massive crowds eager to experience her curse firsthand. In 2019, Sadako even threw the ceremonial first pitch at a professional baseball game, her long hair dragging on the mound as she delivered the ball, a stunt that quickly went viral and underscored her unique blend of fear and national affection. This mainstreaming of Sadako speaks to how Japanese society often assimilates its monsters, transforming them from taboo figures into familiar, even beloved icons. Yet despite her occasional comedic appearances, Sadako remains a potent figure of dread, particularly among audiences who remember the visceral terror of seeing her crawl from the screen for the first time. Sadako's endurance also testifies to the flexibility of Japanese horror traditions. Scholars point out that eerie, ghost figures like Sadako, have historically shifted with societal change, embodying new fears and tensions. In Sadako's case, she has moved from analog tapes to digital files, from cult horror figure to global icon. Yet at her core, she remains a reflection of anxieties around gender, technology, and the unseen forces that lurk beneath everyday life. Her story continues to inspire debate. Is Sadako still frightening, or has she become too familiar? Whatever the answer, her continued presence across media, from blockbuster films to internet memes, shows that she remains embedded in the cultural imagination, a ghost whose curse has outlived her medium and whose story continues to evolve with each generation. Chapter 3, Part 1, The Many Faces of Sadako, Variations in Japanese Films. Since her debut in Hideo Nakata's 1998 Ring, Sadako Yamamura's portrayal in Japanese cinema has evolved through various interpretations while keeping iconic elements like her long black hair and white dress. Early films like Ring 2, 1999, humanized Sadako by exploring her traumatic past and psychic powers, adding emotional depth beyond her vengeful ghost persona. Later adaptations shifted tones. Ring, The Final Chapter, 2000, depicted Sadako more as an active, physical threat, emphasizing thriller-style confrontations. The 2012 Sadako 3D updated her myth for the digital age, replacing videotapes with 3D videos and amplifying her terror with new technology, reflecting contemporary fears about the internet and media spread. Filmmakers have varied Sadako's motivations and origins, sometimes showing her as an innocent victim corrupted by dark forces, other times as a purely malevolent entity. These shifts allow her to embody both victimhood and fear, mirroring Japan's changing societal anxieties. Sadako's methods of manifestation have expanded beyond the classic crawl from a well or TV to emerging from mirrors or digital glitches, keeping her presence unpredictable. Sound design also evolved from eerie silence or childlike voices to distorted effects, enhancing her inhuman aura. Her relationships with other characters vary from relentless hostility to moments suggesting possible empathy, adding complexity beyond a one-dimensional villain. Settings shifted too, from rural, isolated locations evoking traditional ghost stories to urban and digital landscapes symbolizing modern alienation and technological fears. Films like Sadako vs. Kayako place her in crowded city environments, amplifying the sense that no space is safe from her curse. The iconic 7-day curse deadline has been altered in some films to increase urgency or reflect information overload anxieties. Finally, advances in filmmaking, from practical effects to CGI and 3D, have influenced how Sadako is visualized, affecting audience perception. Overall, Sadako's many cinematic faces reflect her role as a cultural mirror, adapting to new societal fears and horror trends while maintaining the essential terror that has made her an enduring figure in Japanese cinema. Chapter 3, Part 2, Sadako in Hollywood, Variations and Transformations in Western Cinema. Sadako's transition from Japanese cinema to Hollywood introduced a host of transformations that both preserved and reshaped her character. The American remake, The Ring, 2002, directed by Gore Verbinski, marked the most influential Western adaptation, introducing the character as Samara Morgan. While the film kept many of Sadako's visual trademarks, the long black hair, white dress, eerie crawl, it made significant narrative and thematic changes to fit Western sensibilities. One of the most notable changes was the relocation of the story to the Pacific Northwest, shifting the cultural context from Japan's folklore-rooted anxieties to a more generic, yet still eerie, American suburban landscape. This change impacted how Samara's character was perceived, less tied to specific spiritual traditions and more framed as a haunting figure born from family trauma and psychological horror. The American Ring also altered Sadako's origin story, giving Samara Morgan a distinctly different backstory involving adoption, abuse, and supernatural powers that emerge from a troubled childhood. This narrative reframing emphasized family dysfunction and psychological damage as sources of horror, reflecting common themes in Western horror cinema. Additionally, Samara's supernatural abilities and manifestations were modified. While she retained the infamous crawl from the television, the American film added new visual motifs, such as her appearances in mirrors and water, enhancing the eerie atmosphere with Western horror aesthetics. The casting of Davy Chase as Samara played a crucial role in shaping the Western Sadako's image. Chase's portrayal combined an unsettling stillness with moments of chilling aggression, effectively capturing the duality of innocence and menace. Her piercing gaze and sudden, jerky movements became defining elements of Samara's terrifying presence, resonating strongly with American audiences. Production design in The American Ring balanced fidelity to the original with adaptations for Western viewers. The cursed videotape itself was constructed as a cryptic collage of disturbing imagery, rotting animals, cryptic symbols, and unsettling landscapes, mirroring the Japanese original while catering to Western visual culture. This careful adaptation helped retain the story's mysterious and ominous atmosphere. Sound design also played a pivotal role. The film used a haunting score combined with moments of silence and unsettling ambient noise to build tension, paralleling the Japanese emphasis on suggestion and atmosphere over explicit scares. These choices position Samara as a ghost less reliant on gore and jump scares and more focused on creeping dread. Moreover, The American Ring introduced new narrative elements that reflected Western horror conventions, such as a stronger focus on the investigative journalist protagonist, played by Naomi Watts, whose emotional journey anchors the film. This shift framed the curse as both a supernatural and psychological threat, making the story accessible to a broad audience. The Ring, 2002, was met with both critical acclaim and commercial success. It grossed over $250 million worldwide and sparked widespread interest in J-horror remakes. Critics praised its atmosphere, pacing, and psychological complexity, noting its departure from the gore-centric horror typical of Hollywood at the time. Many viewers found the 7-day countdown premise uniquely compelling, and Samara became an instant icon. This success led to a wave of Hollywood remakes of Asian horror films, including The Grudge, Dark Water, and Pulse. These films shared thematic elements such as vengeful spirits and psychological terror, contributing to what some dubbed the J-horror boom in Western cinema. However, the adaptation also sparked debate among critics and fans. Purists lamented the loss of cultural nuance and spiritual depth found in Nakata's Ring. The Americanization of Sadako into Samara shifted the narrative toward a more conventional family tragedy and psychological thriller, potentially diluting the unique folkloric roots. Yet, many acknowledge that the remake introduced Western audiences to a different kind of horror, one that emphasizes atmosphere, dread, and ambiguous threats over explicit violence. Samara's character served as a bridge, making Japanese horror themes accessible to new audiences. Subsequent sequels and spin-offs, including The Ring 2, 2005, and Rings, 2017, further developed Samara's mythology within a Western framework, often blending traditional horror tropes with contemporary anxieties about technology and family trauma. The process of cultural translation in The Ring raises fascinating questions about how horror adapts across societies. Sadako's deeply rooted connections to Japanese spiritual beliefs and folklore were reinterpreted through a Western lens that often prioritizes psychological realism and family dynamics. This shift reflects broader differences between Eastern and Western horror traditions, with Japanese horror often foregrounding the supernatural as intertwined with cultural memory, while Western horror frequently situates fear within individual trauma and psychological breakdown. This divergence explains some of the choices made in the American remake: the removal of overt spiritual explanations, the emphasis on investigative journalism as a narrative device, and the transformation of Sadako into Samara with a backstory focused on abuse and trauma. These changes make the story resonate with Western audiences' expectations and fears, while still preserving the eerie atmosphere and iconic imagery. Moreover, the film's success inspired further exploration of Asian horror themes in Hollywood, encouraging filmmakers to adopt atmospheric tension, minimalistic scares, and ambiguous supernatural elements. This influence can be seen in subsequent popular films such as The Others, 2001, The Descent, 2005, and even Paranormal Activity, 2007. Scholars have also examined how Samara's character embodies anxieties about technology and media in the West, similar to Sadako's role in Japan. The cursed videotape becomes a metaphor for the uncontrollable spread of harmful content and information, reflecting cultural concerns about media saturation and technological invasion into private life. Despite the changes, The Ring remake and its sequels maintain a direct lineage to Sadako's Japanese origins, preserving her status as a global horror icon. This ongoing dialogue between cultures highlights the fluidity of horror narratives and the ways in which fear transcends boundaries, adapting to new contexts while retaining core themes. Chapter 3, Part 3, The Cultural Impact of Sadako and Her Variants, A Global Perspective. Sadako's influence extends far beyond the confines of horror cinema, permeating global popular culture and becoming a symbol of broader cultural anxieties. As both a uniquely Japanese and internationally recognized figure, Sadako embodies themes that resonate universally: the intersection of technology, fear, and the unknown. Globally, Sadako has become an archetype of the vengeful ghost, inspiring countless homages, parodies, and reinterpretations in film, television, literature, and even video games. Her iconic image, long black hair veiling her face, white dress, and eerie movements, has become shorthand for supernatural horror, instantly recognizable across cultures. In Japan, Sadako's presence has influenced not only horror media but also fashion, advertising, and public events. She has appeared in commercials, television variety shows, and promotional campaigns, illustrating how a figure rooted in fear can be reappropriated for entertainment and marketing. Internationally, Sadako's image has been used in a range of media, from Halloween costumes to internet memes, reflecting how horror icons adapt to new forms of expression in the digital age. Her mythos continues to evolve as fans and creators remix and reinterpret her story, bridging cultural divides and creating a global horror community. Sadako's global impact is especially evident in the way her story and imagery have been incorporated into various subcultures and fan communities. Cosplay enthusiasts often choose her distinctive look for conventions and Halloween, embodying her chilling presence while celebrating the artistry behind her character. These performances emphasize not just fear but also a complex interplay between horror and identity, as fans reinterpret Sadako through personal and cultural lenses. The internet has played a pivotal role in expanding Sadako's mythos beyond traditional media. Viral videos, fan art, and creative remixes have spread her image worldwide, often blending it with other horror icons or situating her in new narrative contexts. Online forums and social media platforms foster discussions about her origins, symbolism, and thematic significance, enabling global audiences to engage deeply with her story. In academic circles, Sadako has become a subject of study in fields ranging from film studies to cultural anthropology. Scholars analyze how she reflects Japan's grappling with technology, gender roles, and cultural memory. Her character serves as a case study in transnational media flows, illustrating how folklore and modern fears can combine to create enduring, adaptable narratives. This cultural and academic engagement underscores Sadako's significance not just as a horror figure but as a cultural artifact that reveals broader societal dynamics. Her continued relevance speaks to the power of myth in navigating the uncertainties of a rapidly changing world. One notable example of Sadako's cultural influence is her role in Japan's annual Obon Festival media. During this time, when spirits are believed to return to the living world, broadcasters often air horror films, including Ring and its sequels, reinforcing Sadako's presence in the national cultural calendar. This seasonal association ties her to traditional Japanese concepts of ancestor veneration and ghostly visitation, deepening her resonance with audiences. Moreover, Sadako has inspired numerous video games, both in Japan and internationally. Titles range from survival horror games where players must evade or confront her, to narrative-driven experiences exploring her backstory. These games often expand on the mythos, adding layers and interactions that traditional media cannot, demonstrating the flexibility of her story across interactive platforms. Advertising campaigns in Japan have also co-opted Sadako's image to appeal to younger consumers. From snack foods to fashion brands, her eerie aesthetic lends an edge that brands find appealing for standing out in a crowded market. This commercial usage speaks to the complex relationship between fear, attraction, and cultural commodification. Internationally, Sadako's influence extends to horror filmmakers who cite her as inspiration for crafting suspenseful, atmospheric narratives. Directors like James Wan and Guillermo del Toro have acknowledged the impact of J-horror, including Sadako, on their work, illustrating her reach beyond Japanese and American contexts. In sum, Sadako's global cultural impact is multifaceted, encompassing fandom, academia, commerce, and creative influence. Her story continues to evolve, reflecting and shaping contemporary fears and artistic expressions worldwide. Chapter 3, Part 4, Sadako in Contemporary Media, From Digital Age Horror to Modern Reinterpretations. Sadako's mythos has continued to evolve in the 21st century, adapting to new technologies, media platforms, and cultural contexts. As society has become increasingly digitized, the nature of fear associated with Sadako has shifted from the analog VHS tapes of the 1990s to the pervasive and instantaneous digital media that characterize today's world. One of the most significant modern reinterpretations is found in the Sadako 3D series, where the curse is no longer confined to physical videotapes but spreads through 3D videos and internet streams. This transition reflects current anxieties about viral content, misinformation, and the uncontrollable spread of harmful information online. Sadako becomes a symbol of digital contagion, a ghost who haunts not only the screen but the vast, interconnected web of digital communication. These films amplify Sadako's presence using 3D technology, offering audiences a more immersive and visceral horror experience. The leap into 3D allows for new visual representations of her curse, heightening tension and making the supernatural intrusion feel more immediate and threatening. Alongside cinematic updates, Sadako's story has found new life on digital platforms such as web series, online games, and social media narratives. Independent creators and fan communities have embraced these formats to reinterpret her mythos, often blending horror with interactive storytelling. Platforms like YouTube and TikTok have hosted short-form horror content inspired by Sadako's legend, appealing to younger audiences familiar with digital viral phenomena. This new media environment allows for a decentralized storytelling approach where fans contribute their own versions and expansions, creating a layered and multifaceted mythos. The participatory nature of digital culture mirrors the way Sadako's curse spreads, unpredictably, rapidly, and through communal engagement. Furthermore, these contemporary interpretations often explore themes relevant to digital natives, such as the loss of privacy, online harassment, and the blurring of reality and virtual spaces. Sadako's curse becomes a metaphor for the dangers lurking within digital interactions, where a simple click or share can have unforeseen consequences. In addition to digital media, Sadako's influence extends into other contemporary art forms such as graphic novels, animation, and stage productions. Graphic novels and manga adaptations have explored alternative storylines, delving deeper into Sadako's psychology and origins, often experimenting with visual styles that emphasize horror through atmosphere and symbolism. In animation, Sadako has appeared in short films and TV specials that reimagine her story for different audiences, sometimes blending horror with dark fantasy elements. These animated interpretations often highlight the fluidity of her character, allowing for surreal and symbolic representations that live action might struggle to convey. Stage adaptations have also gained popularity, with immersive theatrical performances bringing Sadako's curse to life through innovative staging, lighting, and sound design. These productions invite audiences into a shared space of fear and anticipation, reinforcing Sadako's power as a figure who transcends medium. These contemporary reinterpretations underscore Sadako's adaptability and enduring appeal, demonstrating how her story continues to resonate by evolving with artistic trends and audience expectations. Chapter 4, Part 1, Sadako's Origins and the Onryo Tradition, Historical and Folkloric Roots. To fully understand Sadako's significance as a ghost figure, it's essential to explore her roots in Japanese folklore, particularly the tradition of the Onryo, vengeful spirits believed to cause harm to the living as a result of unresolved grudges or injustices. This chapter delves into the historical, cultural, and mythological origins that shaped Sadako's character, situating her within a rich tapestry of Japanese ghost stories that have evolved over centuries. The Onryo archetype dates back to classical Japanese literature and theater, where tales of women wronged in life returning as ghosts to seek vengeance became popular. These spirits often embody themes of betrayal, injustice, and suppressed anger, particularly reflecting the societal position of women in historical Japan. One of the earliest examples is the tale of Oiwa from the kabuki play Yatsuya Kaiden, a woman poisoned by her husband who returns as a disfigured ghost to exact revenge. This story set many conventions for the vengeful female ghost, including long disheveled hair, white burial kimono, and a tragic backstory of betrayal and suffering. Sadako's portrayal echoes many of these elements but also updates them for modern audiences. Her long black hair, pale appearance, and white dress directly reference Onryo iconography. However, her story incorporates contemporary anxieties, blending traditional ghostly vengeance with fears about technology and media. This fusion of old and new makes Sadako a unique figure in Japanese horror, simultaneously rooted in ancient tradition and emblematic of modern societal fears. The concept of Onryo is deeply intertwined with Japan's cultural views on death, the afterlife, and the power of grudges left unresolved. Historically, it was believed that improper funerary rites, violent deaths, or intense emotional suffering could bind a spirit to the physical world, leading it to seek retribution. This belief reflects the importance of social harmony and the consequences of its disruption in Japanese society. Onryo stories often highlight the vulnerability of women who in historical contexts faced limited agency and were frequently subjected to mistreatment. The transformation of a victimized woman into a powerful ghost represents both a form of cosmic justice and a manifestation of suppressed societal fears about gender and power dynamics. Sadako's character channels this tradition, but with modern twists. For instance, her curse is transmitted not through physical proximity but via a videotape, a symbol of mass media and technology. This shifts the traditional Onryo motif into a new medium, making the ghost's reach more pervasive and less localized. Additionally, Sadako's ambiguous gender traits in the novel, including suggestions of intersex characteristics, complicate her alignment with classical onryo imagery, introducing themes of otherness and identity that resonate with contemporary discussions on gender fluidity and social marginalization. Cinematic adaptations often emphasize the visual markers of onryo, the long hair covering the face, the white clothing associated with funerary customs, to evoke immediate recognition. Yet directors also experiment with narrative depth, sometimes exploring Sadako's humanity and trauma to elicit empathy, complicating the simple binary of victim and villain. The long hair motif, so central to Sadako's image, carries deep symbolic weight in Japanese folklore. Traditionally, hair was seen as a source of spiritual power and identity. In many ghost stories, disheveled, unkempt hair represents a loss of social order and personal dignity, a visual marker of the liminal state between life and death. Sadako's obscuring of her face with her hair not only adds to the visual eeriness but signifies her state as a restless, unresolved spirit. Moreover, white clothing, often depicted as the burial kimono, signals death and purity in Japanese culture but also emphasizes the ghost's detachment from the living world. This traditional garb links Sadako to centuries of ghostly apparitions in Japanese art, literature, and theater, situating her firmly within the cultural imagination as an onryo. Yet Sadako diverges from some traditional onryo in her mode of haunting. Unlike localized spirits tied to specific places or individuals, Sadako's curse spreads rapidly through a media object, reflecting the modern world's anxieties about information technology and the loss of control in an interconnected society. This transformation from a personal vendetta ghost to a viral curse mirrors broader cultural shifts, suggesting that contemporary fears have moved from personal betrayal to the dangers of impersonal, technological transmission of harm. In sum, Sadako's character is a fascinating amalgamation of the traditional onryo mythos and modern horror sensibilities, embodying both the timeless and the contemporary. Her story resonates because it taps into deeply rooted cultural archetypes while addressing present-day fears. Chapter 4, Part 2, The Role of Gender and Identity in Sadako's Mythos. Sadako's story is deeply tied to themes of gender and identity, making her a complex figure in Japanese culture and global horror. Rooted in the traditional onryo, vengeful female spirits, Sadako complicates this archetype through ambiguous gender traits hinted at in Koji Suzuki's novels, suggesting intersex characteristics that challenge binary notions of gender. This ambiguity symbolizes societal alienation and rejection, framing Sadako as an outsider. Scholars interpret her as a critique of rigid gender roles and marginalized identities, where her vengeance represents suppressed voices seeking recognition. Film adaptations vary. Some focus on her as a tragic female ghost, others emphasize ambiguity, enriching her psychological horror. Her long hair, a traditional symbol of femininity, acts as both a mask and a source of unease, reflecting anxieties about the unknown and nonconformity. Sadako's ambiguous gender also resonates with LGBTQ+ representation debates, making her a potent symbol beyond horror. Her story intersects with traditional Japanese ideas about femininity, where hair embodies spiritual power but also unrest, creating a tension between attraction and fear. Modern portrayals reflect evolving gender roles in Japan, positioning Sadako as a figure embodying both victimhood and agency. Her curse's viral spread metaphorically echoes societal anxieties about identity in the digital age. Academics link Sadako to queer theory themes of monstrous bodies challenging binaries, positioning her as a liminal figure representing marginalized identities. Her vengeance can be seen as resistance and a demand for acknowledgement. Audience responses vary culturally. Sadako is at once feared ghost and symbol of marginalized resilience. This duality fuels her lasting appeal. Films illustrate her ambiguous identity through visual cues and narrative depth, inviting multiple interpretations. Some emphasize mystery, others lean into explicit identity themes. Fan communities further explore and reinterpret Sadako's identity, adding richness to her mythos and highlighting horror's role in questioning societal norms. Comparatively, Sadako shares traits with other East Asian vengeful spirits but stands out by integrating modern technology, marking an evolution in ghost storytelling. Overall, Sadako embodies complex intersections of gender, identity, trauma, and power, making her a compelling and multi-dimensional horror icon. Chapter 4, Part 3, The Symbolism of the Well and the Media in Sadako's Curse. One of the most enduring and unsettling aspects of Sadako's mythos is the symbolic use of the well and the cursed videotape, which serve as metaphors for deep cultural anxieties about concealment, transmission, and the unseen dangers lurking beneath everyday life. The well, as the site of Sadako's imprisonment and death, is a potent symbol in Japanese folklore and beyond. Wells traditionally represent a liminal space, a boundary between worlds, a gateway to the underworld, or a source of hidden knowledge. In Sadako's story, the well is both a prison and a tomb, encapsulating themes of suppression, isolation, and buried secrets. This imagery evokes the fear of what lies beneath the surface, both literally and metaphorically. The well's darkness and depth suggest the unconscious mind, repressed memories, and societal taboos. Sadako's emergence from the well embodies the return of repressed traumas, demanding acknowledgement and justice. The cursed videotape introduces a modern technological dimension to the horror. It acts as a vector for Sadako's wrath, transforming a personal ghost story into a viral phenomenon. This shift reflects late 20th century anxieties about media saturation, the rapid spread of information, and the loss of control over content once it enters the public sphere. The videotape becomes a metaphor for contagion and the unseen dangers transmitted through mass communication. It symbolizes how fear, rumors, and trauma can propagate invisibly, affecting individuals and communities unpredictably. The combination of the ancient, the well, and the modern, the videotape, highlights the tension between tradition and progress, illustrating how age-old fears adapt to contemporary realities. This duality reinforces Sadako's role as a bridge between past and present, folklore and technology. The well also functions as a symbol of societal marginalization and the silencing of trauma. Sadako's confinement within the well can be read as a metaphor for how society buries inconvenient truths or ostracizes those who do not fit within normative structures. Her haunting emergence is a powerful visual metaphor for the return of suppressed issues, whether personal, social, or historical. Moreover, the well's association with water connects to traditional beliefs about spirits and purification. Water often symbolizes transition, cleansing, and renewal, but can also signify danger and the unknown. Sadako's watery tomb evokes themes of death and potential rebirth, underscoring her ambiguous nature as both victim and avenger. The cursed videotape's design is itself rich with symbolic imagery. The disjointed, surreal clips evoke nightmare logic, suggesting fragmentation and loss of coherence. This visual style mirrors the psychological impact of trauma and the chaotic spread of fear. The tape's inescapable curse highlights fears about media's pervasive influence and the vulnerabilities of individuals in the face of overwhelming information flows. Film scholars note that the videotape's viral nature prefigures contemporary concerns about digital media, including the rapid dissemination of harmful content and erosion of privacy. Sadako's curse can thus be seen as a prescient metaphor for the dark side of technological connectivity. Together, the well and videotape symbolize the intersection of ancient fears and modern anxieties, forming the core of Sadako's terrifying power. This fusion resonates deeply in Japan's culture, where tradition and innovation coexist uneasily. In Hideo Nakata's 1998 Ring, the well is depicted as a dark, foreboding pit, emphasizing Sadako's isolation and the weight of her injustice. Cinematography often frames the well as an abyss, a physical and psychological void swallowing life and hope. Scenes where Sadako emerges from the well or the television emphasize this liminality, turning everyday spaces into sites of terror. The cursed videotape itself is portrayed as an enigmatic artifact, its distorted imagery and fragmented narrative reinforcing themes of memory disruption and fragmented identity. Nakata's use of flickering visuals and unsettling sound design enhances the feeling that the tape is both carrier and weapon, making the curse's spread palpable to viewers. In sequels and reinterpretations, filmmakers expand on these motifs. For instance, Sadako 3D uses modern digital effects to visualize the curse's transmission through contemporary media, using glitches and data corruption to symbolize viral infection. The well remains a potent icon but is integrated into a broader narrative of digital contagion. These visual and thematic choices link Sadako's mythos to universal fears about unseen threats, whether psychological trauma, societal exclusion, or uncontrollable technology. The well and videotape serve as metaphors, allowing audiences to project their anxieties onto a familiar yet terrifying framework. By juxtaposing ancient and modern symbols, Ring and its successors create a layered narrative that resonates on multiple levels, blending folklore, horror, and cultural critique. Chapter 5, Part 1, The Psychological Dimensions of Sadako's Curse, Fear, Trauma, and the Unconscious. Sadako's curse is more than supernatural horror, it symbolizes psychological trauma and the unconscious mind. The cursed videotape forces viewers to confront repressed fears within a limited time, creating mounting tension similar to buried trauma resurfacing. Sadako embodies the return of the repressed, emerging from a well as buried memories demanding recognition. Her silent, faceless presence taps primal fears of the unknown, making ambiguity central to her terror. The unstoppable curse mirrors how trauma, if unprocessed, inevitably disrupts life. Films emphasize mood, silence, and distortion over gore, engaging personal and universal anxieties. The videotape's viral spread reflects societal fears about trauma and misinformation spreading uncontrollably in the digital age. The 7-day countdown externalizes the psychological dread of looming trauma and mortality. Sadako's obscured face invites projection of individual fears, personalizing the horror. Cinematic techniques, sound, lighting, framing heighten subconscious unease. The curse also symbolizes collective trauma, spreading fear through social networks and communities. Protagonists' quests to understand the curse mirror psychological struggles to confront repressed memories. Attempts to escape the curse often fail, representing the persistent nature of trauma. Visual metaphors like mirrors and shadows deepen themes of duality and internal conflict. The fragmented, cryptic videotape images parallel how trauma and memory resist clear understanding, amplifying helplessness. Sadako's curse thus operates on multiple levels, as personal haunting, societal contagion, and unconscious representation, making her a profound horror figure. Japanese horror's focus on mood and suggestion over explicit scares allows audiences to engage with fear psychologically. Sadako embodies this tradition, representing the dark, inescapable parts of the human psyche. Chapter 5, Part 2, The Role of Memory and Legacy in Sadako's Story. Sadako's curse is intrinsically tied to the themes of memory and legacy, exploring how past traumas and injustices reverberate through time, impacting subsequent generations. This chapter delves into how Sadako's story engages with the psychological and cultural significance of remembering and forgetting. At its core, Sadako's curse can be understood as a manifestation of unresolved history, a haunting that arises when painful memories are suppressed or denied. The videotape acts as a repository of these memories, a physical medium through which Sadako's story is passed down and enforced. The act of watching the tape is symbolic of confronting the past, with the 7-day countdown representing the limited time individuals have to reckon with inherited trauma before it consumes them. This dynamic reflects real-world processes of collective memory, where societies struggle to acknowledge and address historical wrongs. Sadako herself is both a victim and an embodiment of legacy. Her life, death, and vengeance are intertwined with familial secrets, societal rejection, and the failure to resolve past grievances. Through her, the narrative confronts the cyclical nature of trauma and the challenges of breaking its transmission. In various adaptations, flashbacks and backstory details emphasize how memory shapes Sadako's identity and power. These narrative devices highlight the importance of understanding history, personal and collective, in grappling with trauma. Memory in Sadako's story also serves as a double-edged sword. While remembering is necessary to acknowledge pain and prevent repetition, it also carries the risk of re-traumatization. The cursed videotape embodies this paradox. It forces individuals to remember, but at the cost of their lives. This tension mirrors societal struggles with collective memory, especially in contexts where traumatic histories are contested, erased, or politicized. Sadako's curse thus becomes a metaphor for the burden of remembering, the inescapable demand to confront the past even when it threatens the present. Furthermore, the motif of inheritance is central to Sadako's narrative. The curse passes not only through media but also through family lines, suggesting that trauma and its consequences are often inherited alongside cultural identity. This idea resonates with psychological concepts of intergenerational trauma, where the effects of violence, neglect, or injustice persist across generations. Film adaptations visually emphasize this inheritance through recurring family imagery, ancestral homes, and the transmission of the videotape as a form of legacy. Characters' struggles to understand and survive the curse reflect broader human efforts to reconcile with their histories. Additionally, Sadako's role as a cultural symbol highlights how societies negotiate memory. She embodies the unresolved, the unspoken, and the suppressed, challenging audiences to face uncomfortable truths embedded within collective consciousness. Sadako's connection to memory and legacy also interacts with the concept of ritual and remembrance in Japanese culture. The cultural importance of honoring ancestors and performing rites to pacify spirits underscores the tension between forgetting and remembering. Sadako's curse can be seen as a failure of these rituals, a ghost left unsettled due to neglect, betrayal, or unresolved grievances. This failure resonates with audiences as a cautionary tale about the consequences of societal and familial neglect. Sadako's story reminds us that the past cannot simply be buried, it demands acknowledgement through acts of remembrance and reconciliation. Cinematically, the motif of memory is often visualized through repeated imagery, haunting flashbacks, and symbolic objects. These elements emphasize the persistence of the past and its invasive presence in the present. Directors use these techniques to blur the lines between memory and reality, reflecting the psychological impact of unresolved trauma. The cursed videotape itself becomes a metaphor for media's role in preserving and transmitting memory. It represents how stories, images, and histories can be both a means of connection and a source of haunting. This duality aligns with contemporary debates about media's influence on collective memory and identity formation. Sadako's narrative thus engages with complex questions about how societies remember, forget, and process trauma. Her curse is not only a supernatural threat but a symbol of the human struggle to confront the legacies we inherit and the histories we pass on. Chapter 5, Part 3, The Role of Technology in Sadako's Curse, Media, Fear, and Transmission. Sadako's curse is inseparable from the technology that carries it, originally a videotape, and in later adaptations, digital media and internet transmissions. This section explores how the interplay between technology and horror reflects evolving societal anxieties and deepens the myth's cultural resonance. The videotape serves as a powerful symbol of media's double-edged nature, a tool for communication and connection but also a vector for fear and contamination. The tape's cursed images evoke the idea that technology can harbor unseen dangers, corrupting those who engage with it. In the late 20th century, when the Ring novel and film emerged, VHS tapes were widespread, but still a relatively new technology that raised questions about media influence and control. The idea of a cursed tape tapped into fears about media saturation and the loss of control over content dissemination. Sadako's curse can be read as a metaphor for the viral nature of information in the digital age. The curse's unstoppable spread echoes how media, whether true or false, can propagate rapidly, often with destructive consequences. The transition from analog to digital media in later films, such as Sadako 3D, underscores these evolving anxieties. Digital platforms amplify the reach of the curse, reflecting contemporary concerns about the internet's omnipresence and the vulnerability of users to harmful content. Moreover, the curse's spread through technology embodies fears about privacy invasion and the erosion of personal boundaries. The videotape's intimate nature, requiring individual viewing, contrasts with the curse's impersonal, mass contagion, highlighting tensions between private experience and public exposure. Film techniques often emphasize the eerie qualities of technology itself. Glitching screens, static noise, and distorted images heighten the horror, making the medium as frightening as the message. The role of technology in Sadako's curse also reflects broader cultural tensions about modernity and tradition. While technology promises progress and connection, it also disrupts established social norms and creates new vulnerabilities. Sadako's curse embodies this paradox as an ancient spirit using contemporary means to exact revenge. This interplay is evident in the way the curse transcends physical spaces. Unlike traditional ghosts tied to specific locations, Sadako's haunting moves through screens and networks, symbolizing the dissolution of boundaries in a media-saturated society. The curse's transmission via videotape also raises questions about agency and complicity. Those who watch the tape become unwitting carriers, blurring lines between victim and perpetrator. This dynamic engages with fears about the loss of control in the digital age, where individuals can become vectors of harm without full awareness. Audience reception to these themes varies. Some viewers interpret Sadako as a critique of media consumption habits and the potential dangers of passive engagement with technology. Others see her as a representation of generational anxieties, where new media disrupts inherited knowledge and cultural continuity. Filmmakers use the motif of corrupted media to symbolize psychological fragmentation and the distortion of reality. The cursed tape's fractured images reflect the alienation and disorientation experienced in modern life, enhancing the horror's emotional impact. Furthermore, the curse's inevitability mirrors societal fears about the uncontrollable spread of misinformation, viral content, and digital manipulation, issues that have become increasingly relevant in the 21st century. The digital transformation of Sadako's curse in recent adaptations also highlights evolving fears about surveillance and data privacy. The curse's ability to invade private spaces through screens and devices taps into anxieties about ubiquitous technology monitoring and the erosion of personal boundaries. This theme resonates with contemporary concerns about the internet as a space where harmful content can spread unchecked, echoing real-world debates on digital ethics, censorship, and the psychological effects of online exposure. Sadako's curse also allegorizes the viral nature of trauma and fear in a hyper-connected society. Just as the curse rapidly infects viewers, psychological distress and collective anxieties can propagate through social networks, affecting communities in profound ways. The curse's reliance on a physical medium in earlier versions contrasts with its evolution into digital forms, illustrating how horror narratives adapt to technological change while maintaining core themes of transmission and contamination. Cinematic techniques reinforce these ideas by integrating glitches, static, and corrupted visuals, turning technology itself into a source of dread. This fusion of medium and message blurs the line between narrative and experience, immersing audiences in the horror. Finally, Sadako's curse invites reflection on the paradox of technology as both liberator and oppressor, a tool that connects yet isolates, empowers yet endangers. Her story challenges viewers to consider how media shapes fear and memory in contemporary culture. In the broader cultural context, Sadako's curse highlights the complex relationship between humans and technology. It illustrates how technological advancements can inadvertently amplify ancient fears and insecurities, transforming folklore into modern anxieties. Sadako's transmission via media reflects the ways technology mediates human experience, blurring reality and virtuality. This blurring intensifies the horror as the curse infiltrates everyday life through familiar devices, making the supernatural disturbingly tangible. Furthermore, the narrative critiques the illusion of control often associated with technology. Despite advancements, individuals remain vulnerable to unseen forces, both technological and psychological, beyond their command. This theme resonates with contemporary societal debates about technology's role in shaping identity, relationships, and mental health, underscoring Sadako's mythos as a potent metaphor for modern existential fears. In sum, the intertwining of technology and horror in Sadako's story provides a rich framework for exploring how media, fear, and trauma converge in the digital age, making her curse as relevant today as when it first emerged. Chapter 6, Part 1, The Evolution of Sadako's Character in Japanese Cinema. Sadako Yamamura's cinematic portrayal has evolved significantly since her first appearance in the 1998 film Ring, directed by Hideo Nakata. This chapter traces how Sadako's character has been interpreted, reimagined, and transformed across various Japanese films, reflecting changes in horror aesthetics, cultural context, and audience expectations. In Nakata's Ring, Sadako is introduced as a mysterious and malevolent spirit, haunting the cursed videotape and exacting a deadly vengeance. The film's minimalistic style emphasizes atmosphere and suggestion, with Sadako's appearances marked by slow, unsettling movements and obscured features, notably her long black hair covering her face. This portrayal taps into traditional onryo imagery while situating Sadako within a modern technological context. The sequel, Ringu, 1999, delves deeper into Sadako's backstory, exploring her traumatic childhood and psychic abilities. This installment humanizes Sadako to some extent, framing her as a tragic figure shaped by abuse and isolation. The film balances sympathy with terror, complicating the ghost's role as a simple antagonist. Subsequent films, including Ring Zero, Birthday, 2000, serve as prequels, offering further insight into Sadako's origins and motivations. These narratives often emphasize psychological horror and emotional complexity, positioning Sadako as both victim and monster. Over time, different directors have brought unique visions to Sadako's character. The Sadako 3D series, 2012 onward, reimagines her within a contemporary digital landscape, incorporating 3D effects to intensify her supernatural presence. These films update the curse's mechanics, reflecting anxieties about the internet and viral content, while maintaining core elements of Sadako's mythos. Additionally, various spin-offs and crossover films, such as Sadako vs. Kayako, 2016, integrate Sadako into broader horror universes, highlighting her status as an iconic figure capable of transcending narrative boundaries. These evolving portrayals illustrate Sadako's adaptability and enduring appeal. Each reinterpretation responds to shifts in cultural fears, technological advancements, and cinematic trends, ensuring that Sadako remains relevant to new generations of viewers. The portrayal of Sadako in Nakata's Ring is marked by restraint and ambiguity. Unlike many Western horror icons who rely on graphic violence and overt menace, Sadako's terror arises from what is unseen and unexplained. Her slow, deliberate movements and obscured face create an unsettling presence that lingers in the viewer's mind. The film's use of silence and sudden, unexpected appearances enhances this effect, fostering a pervasive sense of dread. This approach aligns with Japanese horror's broader aesthetic, which privileges atmosphere and psychological tension over shock and gore. Sadako becomes a symbol of repressed trauma, manifesting in disturbing yet subtle ways. Ring 2 expands on this foundation by incorporating more explicit narrative elements, revealing Sadako's backstory and motivations. The film explores themes of familial abuse, psychic powers, and societal rejection, humanizing Sadako and inviting empathy. However, it retains her supernatural menace, emphasizing the duality of her character as both victim and avenger. This balance between horror and pathos deepens the emotional impact, making Sadako a more complex and compelling figure. The film also introduces new visual motifs, such as more dynamic camera work and special effects, to intensify the haunting atmosphere. Ring Zero, Birthday further humanizes Sadako by focusing on her youth, innocence, and the tragic circumstances that led to her transformation into a vengeful spirit. This prequel adopts a more psychological horror style, emphasizing internal conflict and the gradual loss of humanity. The narrative explores Sadako's relationships and vulnerabilities, providing context for her later actions. These films collectively contribute to a layered portrayal, moving beyond simple ghost story tropes to engage with psychological and social themes. The Sadako 3D series marks a significant shift, blending traditional horror elements with modern digital technology. The use of 3D effects intensifies Sadako's supernatural presence, making her appearances more visceral and immediate. These films reflect contemporary anxieties about the internet, viral phenomena, and the pervasive influence of digital media. While updating the curse's mechanics, the series retains Sadako's iconic visual features and core mythology, demonstrating her adaptability. Crossovers like Sadako vs. Kayako capitalize on Sadako's iconic status, bringing her into dialogue with other well-known horror figures. These films cater to fans' desire for epic confrontations and expand Sadako's narrative universe, further cementing her place in Japanese and global horror culture. This evolution of Sadako's character reveals how horror icons can be continually reinvented to reflect changing cultural contexts and audience expectations. The director's varying approaches to Sadako's character also reveal different interpretations of fear and empathy. Nakata's subtle, minimalist style contrasts with the more overt horror and spectacle found in later films like Sadako 3D, illustrating a tension between psychological horror and visual effects-driven scares. These differences reflect broader shifts in horror cinema, where advances in technology and audience tastes influence storytelling methods. Sadako's adaptability allows her to thrive in both contexts, as a ghostly enigma and as a terrifying visual presence. Moreover, the films engage with societal issues such as familial dysfunction, gender roles, and the impact of trauma, giving Sadako's story relevance beyond supernatural horror. This thematic depth has contributed to her lasting resonance. In summary, Sadako's cinematic evolution from Ring, 1998, to contemporary films demonstrates her multifaceted nature and cultural significance. Each portrayal offers new insights, blending tradition and innovation to keep the character compelling and terrifying. Another important aspect of Sadako's evolution lies in the portrayal of her supernatural abilities and manifestations. Early films focus on her psychic powers and eerie presence, emphasizing the curse's psychological terror. Later adaptations incorporate more elaborate special effects to depict her physical attacks and the curse's spread, reflecting advances in cinematic technology. These changes also signal shifts in audience expectations. Modern viewers often anticipate more visually dynamic horror, and Sadako's character has been adapted accordingly. Despite this, filmmakers have generally preserved the unsettling qualities that make her unique, balancing spectacle with suspense. Sadako's physicality has also been subject to reinterpretation. While her classic image of a pale woman with long black hair remains iconic, some films experiment with her appearance, exploring themes of decay, transformation, and hybridity. These visual variations add layers of meaning, symbolizing the complex nature of trauma and identity. The role of music and sound design in shaping Sadako's character is equally significant. The minimalist, haunting scores of early films create an atmosphere of dread, while later movies incorporate more intense, sometimes dissonant sounds to heighten fear. Sound cues often accompany her appearances, reinforcing her otherworldly presence. In addition, Sadako's interaction with other characters, particularly protagonists seeking to understand or survive the curse, evolves over time. Initial portrayals emphasize fear and helplessness, while later narratives introduce moments of confrontation, empathy, or ambiguity. These dynamics enrich the storytelling and character development. The cumulative effect of these cinematic choices is a richly textured portrayal of Sadako, a figure who embodies fear, sorrow, and unresolved trauma, resonating deeply with audiences across generations. Cultural shifts within Japan have also influenced Sadako's portrayal. Changes in societal attitudes toward gender, family, and technology are reflected in how filmmakers approach her character. For example, increased awareness of psychological trauma and abuse has led to more nuanced backstories, highlighting Sadako's victimization and complicating her role as antagonist. This sensitivity contributes to a richer narrative that invites empathy alongside fear, making Sadako a symbol of both horror and tragedy. International reception of Sadako's films further shapes her evolution. As the Ring franchise gained global popularity, Japanese filmmakers adapted their portrayals to meet broader audience expectations while preserving cultural specificity. This balance between global appeal and local roots has allowed Sadako to remain a relevant and compelling figure worldwide. The interplay of tradition and innovation in Sadako's cinematic evolution exemplifies the dynamic nature of folklore in contemporary media. Her story continues to evolve, reflecting the anxieties, hopes, and cultural tensions of the times. Chapter 6, Part 2, Variations of Sadako's Character in Japanese Horror Films. Following the success of the original Ring series, Sadako's character has appeared in numerous Japanese horror films, each offering variations that reflect different directorial visions, narrative priorities, and cultural contexts. This chapter examines how Sadako's portrayal changes across these films, highlighting both continuities and divergences. In the original Ring series, Sadako is characterized by a mysterious aura and a gradual unfolding of her tragic backstory. Her supernatural powers are psychic in nature, and her curse is transmitted via the infamous videotape. Her visual presentation, long, black hair covering her face, white burial kimono, adheres closely to Onryo conventions. However, spin-offs and reboots introduce notable variations. For example, Ring, Kanzenban, 2000, presents a version of Sadako with more explicit psychological complexity, exploring her motivations and the trauma that led to her death in greater depth. The Sadako 3D films recontextualize her curse for a digital era, where the cursed content spreads through modern media platforms. These adaptations emphasize more visceral horror and high-impact scares, contrasting with the slow-building dread of earlier films. Further variations appear in films like Sadako vs. Kayako, 2016, where Sadako is placed in a crossover scenario, pitting her against another iconic ghost from Japanese horror, Kayako Seki. Here, Sadako's character is adapted to fit a more action-oriented narrative, showcasing her power in more aggressive and dynamic ways. Other films and media also experiment with Sadako's origin story, sometimes altering or expanding it to explore different themes such as gender identity, familial relationships, and societal marginalization. These variations reflect broader trends in Japanese horror toward more psychologically and socially nuanced storytelling. Despite these differences, certain core aspects of Sadako's character remain constant, including her role as an embodiment of unresolved trauma and her iconic visual design. One notable variation of Sadako appears in Ring, Kanzenban, 2000, a television adaptation that expands on her psychological depth. This version delves more explicitly into her childhood, exploring the abuse and isolation she endured. Her curse is portrayed as a tragic byproduct of these traumas, adding layers of empathy to her character. The narrative also emphasizes the societal neglect that contributed to her transformation into a vengeful spirit. In contrast, the Sadako 3D series embraces modern horror aesthetics, using advanced special effects and a faster pacing. Sadako's curse in these films is spread via new media such as 3D videos and internet streams, reflecting contemporary anxieties about technology's omnipresence. This shift updates her mythology for younger audiences, maintaining relevance in a digital age. The Sadako vs. Kayako crossover, 2016, situates Sadako within a more action-centric horror universe. Here, Sadako's abilities are more physically manifested, and the narrative focuses on confrontations and battles. This approach emphasizes spectacle and entertainment, showcasing Sadako's power in ways that differ from the psychological horror of earlier films. Other adaptations explore Sadako's identity in ways that challenge or expand traditional gender roles. Some narratives emphasize ambiguity and otherness, aligning with contemporary discussions on gender fluidity and social marginalization. These interpretations add complexity to Sadako's mythos, making her a symbol not just of fear but also of social commentary. Despite variations, Sadako's visual iconography remains remarkably consistent. The long black hair obscuring her face, the white dress reminiscent of burial garments, and her eerie movements create an instantly recognizable figure that connects new versions to their origins. These recurring motifs anchor Sadako's character across adaptations, ensuring continuity even as narratives evolve. The variations in Sadako's character across Japanese horror films reflect the genre's flexibility and responsiveness to cultural shifts. Directors and writers reinterpret her story to address contemporary fears, technological changes, and evolving social values. Sadako's enduring presence in diverse narratives highlights her significance as a cultural symbol and horror icon. Each adaptation contributes to a richer and more multifaceted understanding of her character, allowing audiences to engage with her mythos from multiple perspectives. Additional films and media have experimented with Sadako's origins to explore themes of family and societal rejection. For instance, some narratives emphasize the stigma surrounding her birth and the impact of her mother's ostracization, framing Sadako's curse as a manifestation of intergenerational trauma. These interpretations engage with Japan's historical and cultural contexts, including attitudes toward illegitimacy, disability, and otherness. Sadako becomes a symbol of marginalized identities whose pain and anger are externalized through supernatural vengeance. Moreover, some adaptations explore the psychological effects of Sadako's curse on survivors and their families, portraying the ripple effects of trauma beyond the immediate victim. This focus broadens the narrative scope, allowing the story to address communal and societal dimensions of fear and grief. The flexibility of Sadako's character also allows for creative reinterpretations in other media forms such as manga, anime, and video games. These platforms provide opportunities to expand her mythology, explore alternate storylines, and engage with new audiences. In manga adaptations, for example, Sadako is sometimes depicted with greater emotional complexity and nuanced relationships, blending horror with drama and character study. Anime interpretations might emphasize surreal or symbolic aspects of her story, utilizing the medium's visual possibilities. Video games often position Sadako as an adversary or central figure, translating her curse into interactive challenges that immerse players in her mythos. These adaptations highlight the versatility of her character and her resonance across different storytelling formats. Across these variations, Sadako remains a potent cultural figure, embodying fears about the unknown, technology, and social exclusion. Her evolving portrayals demonstrate how horror characters can serve as mirrors for changing cultural anxieties and artistic trends. In conclusion, the diverse portrayals of Sadako in Japanese horror films and related media showcase the character's adaptability and depth. Whether emphasizing psychological horror, technological dread, social commentary, or supernatural spectacle, these variations enrich the Sadako mythos and reinforce her status as a cultural icon. The consistent visual motifs, combined with narrative innovations, allow Sadako to remain both familiar and fresh, appealing to long-standing fans and new audiences alike. As Japanese horror continues to evolve, Sadako's character is likely to undergo further reinterpretations, reflecting ongoing cultural shifts and technological changes. Her story exemplifies the enduring power of folklore and horror to engage with the human condition across time and media. Chapter 6, Part 3, Hollywood versions of Sadako, adaptation, transformation, and reception. Sadako's character and story made a significant cultural leap when Hollywood adapted the Ring franchise, introducing the ghost to a global audience under the name Samara Morgan. This chapter explores how Sadako's essence was transformed in American remakes, examining the changes made to fit Western horror conventions and cultural contexts, as well as the reception of these adaptations. The 2002 American film The Ring, directed by Gore Verbinski, closely follows the original Ring narrative but localizes it for Western audiences. The cursed videotape, the 7-day death countdown, and the ghostly figure all remain central. However, the character of Sadako is renamed Samara Morgan and reinterpreted to fit American horror archetypes. Visually, Samara retains Sadako's signature look, long, dark hair obscuring her face and a white dress. Yet her movements and mannerisms are adapted to emphasize physical menace, including the now iconic crawl out of the television screen, a moment that became emblematic of early 2000s horror. Narratively, Samara's backstory is altered. The American version introduces new familial dynamics and psychological motivations, shifting some focus from supernatural curse origins to domestic horror themes such as child abuse and adoption. These changes reflect Western horror's interest in familial dysfunction and psychological terror. While the essence of Sadako's curse is preserved, the adaptation frames it within Western cultural fears, making the story accessible to a new audience. The pacing, visual effects, and character development are also tailored to Hollywood's cinematic style, favoring suspenseful build-up and dramatic scares. The film's success spawned sequels and influenced numerous other adaptations, sparking a wave of interest in J-horror remakes. This trend reflected Western audiences' fascination with Japanese horror aesthetics, while also highlighting challenges in translating culturally specific narratives across borders. Critics and fans have debated the effectiveness of these adaptations. Some praise the American Ring for introducing Sadako's story to a wider audience and successfully maintaining its eerie atmosphere. Others argue that certain cultural nuances and the subtle psychological horror of the original are lost in translation, replaced by more conventional horror tropes. This tension underscores broader issues in cross-cultural adaptation, where fidelity to source material competes with the need to resonate with new viewers. Following the success of The Ring, 2002, Hollywood produced The Ring 2, 2005, which continued to adapt Sadako's story through the character of Samara. This sequel delved deeper into Samara's origins and her haunting of a new family. While maintaining the atmospheric horror of the first film, it leaned more into supernatural spectacle and action, reflecting a trend in American horror sequels toward heightened intensity. The Ring 2 further humanizes Samara, portraying her not solely as a malevolent force but as a tormented child seeking release. This characterization parallels some Japanese portrayals of Sadako, yet is framed within Western narrative conventions emphasizing redemption and familial resolution. Other Hollywood adaptations and inspired works, such as Dark Water, 2005, and the Grudge series, while not direct Ring sequels, demonstrate Sadako's influence on American horror aesthetics, particularly the use of ghostly girls with long black hair and the fusion of supernatural and psychological horror. However, despite commercial success, American remakes have faced criticism for homogenizing Japanese horror's unique qualities. Critics point to a tendency to prioritize jump scares and overt violence over the slow-building dread and cultural specificity that characterize the originals. In response, some filmmakers have sought to blend these approaches, incorporating Japanese horror subtlety with Hollywood's production values. This has led to varied receptions among fans of both traditions. Audience reception also varies culturally. Western viewers often approach the Ring series as standalone horror films, whereas Japanese audiences may see them as part of a broader intertextual dialogue with the source material and folklore. The adaptations also raise questions about cultural appropriation and the challenges of representing culturally specific horror in global cinema. How to honor the source's themes and aesthetics while making them accessible to international audiences remains a central tension. Beyond film, Hollywood's version of Sadako/Samara has permeated popular culture, influencing television, video games, and internet memes. Her image has become a shorthand for supernatural horror in Western media, demonstrating the character's cross-cultural impact. Another Hollywood remake worth discussing is Rings, 2017, which attempted to continue the story for a new generation. This film incorporated contemporary technology themes, like the internet and viral videos, reflecting ongoing anxieties about media consumption and transmission. While attempting to modernize the curse's mechanics, Rings received mixed reviews, with critiques focusing on its departure from the original's psychological depth. The various Hollywood portrayals underscore a broader pattern in adapting Japanese horror, balancing reverence for the source material with the demands of a different cultural context and market expectations. While adaptations preserve Sadako's core as a symbol of unseen terror, changes in narrative structure, character development, and horror techniques reveal shifts aimed at broader appeal. Moreover, the transformation of Sadako into Samara illustrates how horror icons can be reinterpreted across cultures, taking on new meanings while retaining essential characteristics. This process highlights the fluidity of folklore and myth in global media. Reception among fans often hinges on familiarity with the original versus expectations of Hollywood horror conventions. Purists may view adaptations as diluted, while others appreciate the accessibility and cinematic polish they offer. Critical analysis frequently emphasizes the importance of cultural context in horror. The atmospheric and thematic nuances of Japanese horror, including Sadako's story, are deeply rooted in cultural beliefs about death, family, and technology, which may not fully translate in Western retellings. Despite these challenges, Hollywood's adaptations have undeniably expanded Sadako's reach, introducing her mythos to audiences worldwide and influencing the global horror landscape. It is also important to note how the character's transformation reflects changing societal fears. While Sadako originally symbolizes repressed trauma and the consequences of societal neglect within a Japanese context, Samara embodies more universal fears related to family dysfunction, child abuse, and the haunting power of the past. The Americanization of Sadako's story involves shifting focus to psychological realism, often grounding supernatural elements in human drama. This shift aims to increase emotional engagement for Western audiences accustomed to character-driven horror narratives. The infamous scene of Samara crawling out of the television became a cultural touchstone, influencing subsequent horror films and media. This visual encapsulates the merging of technology and the supernatural, reinforcing the terror of the unknown invading safe, domestic spaces. Yet, some critics argue that this iconic moment overshadows the broader thematic richness of the original story, reducing Sadako's complexity to a single frightening image. Despite such critiques, the success of the Ring franchise in Hollywood paved the way for the international popularity of J-horror, bringing attention to other Japanese horror classics and influencing Western filmmakers. In summary, Hollywood's adaptations of Sadako illustrate the challenges and possibilities inherent in cross-cultural horror remakes. They highlight how horror characters can be reshaped to resonate within different cultural frameworks while maintaining core elements that tap into universal fears. Chapter 7, Part 1, The Cultural Impact of Sadako, From Urban Legend to Global Icon. Sadako Yamamura's transformation from a figure rooted in Japanese folklore and literature into a global horror icon illustrates the power of storytelling to transcend cultural boundaries. This chapter examines how Sadako's image and mythos have permeated popular culture worldwide, influencing various media, inspiring urban legends, and becoming a symbol of fear and mystery. Initially emerging from Koji Suzuki's 1991 novel Ring, Sadako's story tapped into traditional Japanese beliefs about vengeful spirits, onryo, while incorporating contemporary anxieties related to technology and media. Her narrative resonated with audiences, blending folklore with modern fears in a compelling way. The 1998 film adaptation by Hideo Nakata popularized Sadako's eerie appearance and the cursed videotape motif, establishing a new archetype of horror. The image of a pale woman with long black hair obscuring her face became instantly recognizable and has been widely referenced, parodied, and reinterpreted. Sadako's mythos inspired countless adaptations, spin-offs, and homages across different media, including manga, anime, video games, and internet culture. Each medium reimagines Sadako's character, expanding her reach and relevance. Moreover, Sadako's story contributed to the international spread of J-horror, influencing filmmakers and audiences worldwide. The J-horror boom of the early 2000s introduced global audiences to a distinct style of horror characterized by psychological tension, atmospheric dread, and supernatural folklore. Urban legends about Sadako have emerged, blending fiction and reality. Stories about cursed videos and ghost sightings circulate widely, fueled by media and internet culture. These legends demonstrate how Sadako's myth has entered collective consciousness, blurring lines between narrative and lived experience. In addition to entertainment, Sadako has become a cultural symbol, representing fears about technology, the unknown, and the persistence of past traumas. Her figure is used in advertising, fashion, and art, signifying both horror and cultural identity. Sadako's cultural impact extends beyond media into social and psychological realms. The character encapsulates the fear of unseen forces that transcend time and space, reflecting deep-seated anxieties about mortality, memory, and the uncontrollable aspects of modern life. Her story also resonates with concerns about technology's role in daily life. The cursed videotape and its evolution into digital formats symbolize the ambivalence toward technological progress, a tool for connection and knowledge, yet also a potential conduit for harm and alienation. Sadako's image has become emblematic of a particular kind of horror that is both intimate and pervasive. The ghost's intrusion into private spaces, homes, televisions, personal devices, symbolizes the breakdown of safety and privacy in contemporary society. The international popularity of Sadako and the Ring franchise illustrates how localized folklore can gain universal appeal by tapping into shared human fears. Sadako's myth functions as a modern-day cautionary tale about the consequences of neglecting the past and the dangers lurking within technology. In addition to films and literature, Sadako has been adapted into various cultural artifacts. For example, in Japan, themed attractions and events celebrate her legacy, creating immersive experiences that both entertain and evoke traditional ghost story atmospheres. Fan communities have also played a significant role in sustaining and expanding Sadako's cultural presence. Online forums, fan art, and cosplay contribute to the myth's evolution, allowing audiences to engage creatively with the character. Social media platforms facilitate global exchanges about Sadako, fostering a shared cultural space where interpretations and adaptations flourish. This participatory culture enhances Sadako's status as a living myth. Furthermore, Sadako's influence can be seen in the broader horror genre's evolution. Elements of her story, such as the use of technology as a vector for supernatural horror and the blending of folklore with contemporary themes, have inspired numerous creators worldwide. These innovations have helped shape modern horror's direction, emphasizing psychological and atmospheric terror over gore and shock. Sadako's presence in popular culture also extends into merchandise and branding. Her likeness appears on a wide range of products, from clothing and accessories to collectibles and video game characters. This commercialization reflects her broad appeal and the commodification of horror icons in contemporary media landscapes. Advertising campaigns have leveraged Sadako's eerie image to evoke emotional responses, often blending fear with humor or nostalgia. This dual use highlights the character's versatility and the complex relationship audiences have with horror figures. Academic interest in Sadako has grown alongside her popularity. Scholars examine her as a case study in transnational horror, folklore adaptation, and media studies. Discussions often focus on how Sadako embodies intersections of technology, gender, trauma, and cultural memory. These academic perspectives enrich the understanding of Sadako's significance, positioning her within larger conversations about media globalization and cultural exchange. Additionally, Sadako's story continues to inspire new creative works, including novels, short films, and theatrical performances. These reinterpretations keep the myth fresh, allowing it to evolve with changing societal contexts. The enduring relevance of Sadako speaks to the power of horror as a medium for exploring existential fears and social anxieties. Her myth resonates because it combines timeless themes with contemporary realities. Sadako's impact can also be seen in the way she has shaped urban legends and popular beliefs about curses and haunted media. Stories about cursed videotapes and ghostly apparitions have transcended fiction, entering popular discourse and inspiring similar narratives worldwide. These urban legends serve as modern folklore, blending traditional ghost story elements with contemporary media fears. Sadako functions as a cultural touchstone for the dangers of engaging with forbidden knowledge and the pervasive influence of media on society. In educational contexts, Sadako's myth has been used to discuss topics such as media literacy, the psychological effects of horror, and the cultural significance of storytelling. Her story offers a framework for examining how narratives shape perception and cultural identity. Internationally, Sadako has become a symbol of Japanese horror, often serving as an entry point for audiences exploring the genre. Her image and story evoke curiosity about Japanese culture, folklore, and cinematic traditions. This cross-cultural exchange enriches global media landscapes, fostering dialogue and creative collaboration. In summary, Sadako's journey from a fictional character to a global icon illustrates the dynamic interplay between folklore, media, and cultural identity. Her enduring presence across multiple platforms highlights the power of storytelling to transcend borders and evolve with societal changes. Chapter 7, Part 2, Sadako's Legacy and Influence in Contemporary Culture. Sadako Yamamura's impact extends far beyond her origins in horror fiction and cinema, permeating contemporary culture in profound ways. This chapter explores her enduring legacy, examining how Sadako has influenced modern storytelling, inspired new media, and become a symbol that transcends horror. Sadako's iconic image, the pale woman with long black hair obscuring her face, has become a universal symbol of supernatural terror. Her figure is instantly recognizable and has been adapted, referenced, and reinterpreted across a wide array of media forms, from films and television to video games, literature, and art. Her legacy also manifests in the way horror as a genre has evolved. Sadako helped popularize the integration of folklore with modern technology and storytelling, inspiring creators worldwide to explore the intersection of tradition and innovation in horror narratives. The character's influence is visible in numerous films that incorporate cursed media, vengeful spirits, or technological horror elements. Sadako's story provided a template for combining psychological horror with supernatural motifs, broadening the scope of what horror cinema can achieve. In addition, Sadako's mythos continues to inspire creators in various disciplines beyond film. Writers, artists, and game developers draw on her themes and imagery to craft new works that engage with fear, identity, and cultural memory. Fan communities play a crucial role in sustaining and expanding Sadako's legacy. Online platforms enable fans to reinterpret her story, create fan art, write fanfiction, and engage in cosplay. This participatory culture transforms Sadako from a static icon into a dynamic figure who evolves with her audience. Moreover, Sadako's presence in global pop culture highlights how horror transcends national boundaries, facilitating cultural exchange and dialogue. Her story resonates universally because it taps into fundamental fears and the human experience of trauma and the unknown. Sadako's legacy can also be seen in the rise of horror that incorporates technology as a central theme. Films and media exploring haunted digital content, viral curses, and the dark side of connectivity owe much to the groundwork laid by the Ring series. Sadako's curse represents not just a supernatural threat but a metaphor for the pervasive anxieties about the internet, social media, and the rapid spread of information. Creators globally have drawn inspiration from this blend of ancient folklore and modern technology, leading to diverse works that explore how traditional fears adapt to new contexts. This fusion of the old and new enriches horror narratives, making them more relevant to contemporary audiences. In video games, Sadako's influence is notable in the design of characters and storylines that combine ghostly horror with interactive technology. Games like Dead by Daylight feature characters inspired by her, demonstrating her reach into immersive digital storytelling. Artists and illustrators reinterpret Sadako's image, often exploring themes of identity, otherness, and cultural memory. These works invite viewers to consider the complex emotions underlying horror iconography, fear, empathy, and fascination. Literary adaptations and spin-offs continue to explore Sadako's mythos, often delving deeper into psychological and societal themes. These narratives examine the intersections of trauma, technology, and gender, expanding the conversation beyond the screen. The active participation of fans in reimagining Sadako demonstrates the character's vitality and adaptability. Through cosplay, fanfiction, and digital art, Sadako becomes a vessel for diverse voices and interpretations, reflecting contemporary cultural dialogues. Furthermore, Sadako's presence in popular culture facilitates cross-cultural understanding. Her story introduces international audiences to Japanese folklore and horror traditions, fostering appreciation and dialogue between cultures. This global circulation of Sadako underscores how horror, as a genre, can act as a bridge between cultures, connecting people through shared fears and storytelling. Sadako's cultural presence also extends into the realms of fashion and commercial branding. Her haunting aesthetic, characterized by the long black hair and white dress, has inspired fashion designers, streetwear brands, and Halloween costumes worldwide. This visual identity encapsulates a blend of fear and allure, showing how horror icons can influence style and cultural expression. In advertising, Sadako's image has been used to evoke emotional reactions ranging from terror to nostalgia, often in campaigns promoting media products or themed experiences. These commercial uses highlight the character's flexibility as both a symbol of horror and a cultural touchstone. Academic interest in Sadako continues to grow, with scholars analyzing her role within gender studies, media theory, and folklore. Discussions often focus on how Sadako embodies themes of female agency, trauma, and marginalization, revealing deeper social commentaries embedded within horror narratives. Her story is also studied as an example of transmedia storytelling, where narratives span multiple platforms and media forms, engaging audiences in varied ways. This approach reflects the contemporary media environment where stories are not confined to single formats. The character's ongoing relevance is further evidenced by new adaptations and reinterpretations that revisit and update her mythos. These contemporary works ensure Sadako remains a vital figure in horror, capable of addressing current societal anxieties. Sadako's journey from a fictional ghost in a novel to a pervasive cultural icon illustrates the enduring power of horror to capture imagination, confront fears, and reflect human experiences across cultures and time. Sadako's legacy also includes influencing the way horror is experienced in immersive environments. Haunted houses, escape rooms, and VR experiences inspired by her story provide audiences with direct, interactive encounters with her myth. These forms of engagement illustrate how horror has expanded beyond passive viewing into participatory cultural phenomena. In these spaces, Sadako's narrative becomes a shared experience, creating communal fear and fascination. This shift aligns with broader trends in media consumption, where interactivity enhances emotional impact and audience investment. Moreover, Sadako's story continues to inspire academic discussions about the intersections of folklore, media, and technology. Her character serves as a case study for how traditional narratives evolve within globalized media networks, maintaining cultural specificity while appealing to universal themes. These explorations contribute to a deeper understanding of horror's role in cultural expression and social reflection. Sadako's enduring influence demonstrates that horror, far from being mere entertainment, functions as a meaningful site of cultural dialogue, identity formation, and psychological exploration. Chapter 7, Part 3, The Future of Sadako, Adaptations, Reinterpretations, and Cultural Resonance. As Sadako Yamamura continues to captivate audiences globally, her story and image show no signs of fading. This chapter explores the potential future trajectories of Sadako's mythos, considering how new adaptations, reinterpretations, and cultural shifts might shape her legacy. The evolving media landscape offers numerous opportunities for Sadako's story to be reimagined. Advances in technology, such as virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and interactive storytelling, provide immersive platforms where audiences can engage with Sadako's myth in unprecedented ways. These emerging formats allow for deeper emotional and psychological engagement, enabling viewers or players to experience the haunting more viscerally. Sadako's narrative, with its focus on technology and media, is particularly well suited to these innovations. Moreover, the rise of global streaming services facilitates wider distribution of Sadako-related content, allowing creators from diverse cultural backgrounds to reinterpret her story through their own lenses. This cross-cultural exchange can enrich Sadako's mythos, introducing new themes and perspectives. At the same time, contemporary social issues such as gender identity, trauma, and digital privacy are likely to influence future portrayals of Sadako. Modern reinterpretations may explore these themes explicitly, positioning Sadako as a symbol of broader societal anxieties. There is also potential for Sadako to appear in crossover projects beyond horror, blending genres or engaging with popular culture in new ways. Collaborations with other franchises, multimedia projects, and transmedia storytelling can expand her reach and relevance. Fan engagement will continue to play a vital role in shaping Sadako's future. The participatory culture surrounding her, including fan art, fiction, and cosplay, ensures that the myth remains dynamic and responsive to audience interests. Finally, Sadako's future adaptations will likely balance reverence for her origins with innovation, navigating the tension between preserving cultural specificity and appealing to global audiences. One of the most exciting prospects for Sadako's future lies in the realm of virtual reality and augmented reality experiences. As technology advances, immersive horror experiences become more accessible, allowing audiences to step inside the haunting narratives. Sadako's story, deeply intertwined with media and technology, fits naturally into these interactive formats. Imagine a VR experience where participants explore a haunted house or investigate the origins of the cursed videotape firsthand. The ability to interact with the environment and encounter Sadako in immersive settings could redefine horror engagement, intensifying emotional responses and expanding narrative possibilities. Augmented reality could also enable Sadako's haunting to intrude upon everyday environments, blurring lines between fiction and reality in novel ways. This blending aligns with the original myth's themes of unseen forces invading private spaces, reinforcing the narrative's psychological impact. Global streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime provide opportunities for new Sadako adaptations, including series or anthologies that can delve deeper into her backstory and thematic complexity. These formats allow for serialized storytelling, character development, and exploration of contemporary issues alongside horror elements. Creators worldwide can contribute to Sadako's evolving mythos, introducing fresh perspectives that enrich and diversify her narrative. Such global collaboration promotes cultural exchange and broadens audience engagement. Social issues increasingly feature in modern horror, and Sadako's future stories may reflect this trend. For instance, explorations of digital surveillance, data privacy, and the psychological toll of social media could resonate powerfully with audiences, updating Sadako's curse for a new era. Gender identity and trauma are also fertile ground for reinterpretation. Sadako's character has long embodied themes of marginalization and otherness, and contemporary narratives may further explore these aspects, contributing to broader conversations about representation and social justice in media. Crossovers and multimedia projects offer additional avenues for Sadako's future. Collaborations with other horror icons or incorporation into franchises beyond horror, such as fantasy or thriller genres, can introduce Sadako to new audiences and contexts. The fan community will remain a driving force in Sadako's ongoing relevance. Online platforms enable fans to share creative works, organize events, and advocate for new adaptations, fostering a participatory culture that sustains and evolves the myth. Balancing innovation with respect for tradition will be key for future Sadako portrayals. Creators must navigate cultural sensitivities while embracing new storytelling techniques to keep Sadako compelling and relevant. However, adapting Sadako for future audiences also poses challenges. Maintaining the essence of her character, the psychological depth, cultural specificity, and atmospheric horror, while innovating in storytelling and technology requires careful creative balance. Globalization of media means Sadako's myth may be further distilled or altered to suit diverse markets, risking loss of nuanced cultural meaning. Creators and producers must be mindful of preserving the integrity of the source material. There are also ethical considerations in portraying themes of trauma and marginalization sensitively, ensuring representations are respectful and avoid exploitation. Despite these challenges, Sadako's myth remains robust and flexible. Her story's core, the intersection of folklore, technology, and human fear, is timeless, allowing continuous reinterpretation. The potential for educational uses of Sadako's narrative is also notable. Her story can serve as a lens to discuss media literacy, cultural storytelling, and psychological themes, broadening her impact beyond entertainment. In conclusion, Sadako Yamamura's future is rich with possibilities. Through technological innovation, global collaboration, and thoughtful storytelling, her myth can continue to evolve and resonate, securing her place as an enduring figure in horror and cultural history. Conclusion: reflecting on Sadako's enduring legacy. Sadako Yamamura stands as one of the most iconic and enduring figures in horror history. Her story, originating from Japanese folklore and literary fiction, has transcended cultural boundaries to become a global phenomenon. This conclusion reflects on the various facets of Sadako's legacy, considering what her myth reveals about fear, culture, technology, and storytelling. At its core, Sadako's enduring appeal lies in her embodiment of universal human fears. She represents the unknown, the unresolved trauma, and the consequences of neglect, fears that resonate across cultures and generations. Her haunting image, the cursed videotape, and the inexorable countdown to doom create a potent narrative that taps into primal anxieties. Sadako's story also highlights the dynamic nature of folklore and myth. Originating from traditional Onryo tales and Suzuki's novel, her character has evolved through cinematic portrayals, global adaptations, and fan reinterpretations. This evolution demonstrates how myths adapt to changing cultural contexts, technologies, and audience expectations. Her integration of technology, most notably the videotape and its digital successors, adds a contemporary layer to traditional ghost stories. This fusion reflects societal ambivalence toward media and connectivity, making Sadako's curse a metaphor for modern vulnerabilities. Furthermore, Sadako's gendered identity invites reflection on themes of marginalization, female agency, and trauma. Her depiction as a vengeful spirit with a complex backstory challenges simple categorizations of victim or villain, enriching her narrative depth. The global popularity of Sadako also raises important questions about cultural exchange, adaptation, and appropriation. While Hollywood remakes and international references have broadened her reach, they also highlight challenges in preserving cultural specificity within global media flows. Despite these tensions, Sadako's myth continues to thrive, supported by active fan communities and ongoing creative works. This participatory culture ensures that Sadako remains relevant, evolving alongside societal changes and technological advances. In reflecting on Sadako's legacy, we also recognize the power of horror as a medium. Horror's ability to confront fear, explore cultural anxieties, and engage psychological depths makes characters like Sadako enduring symbols in our collective imagination. Sadako's place in horror history is secured by her unique synthesis of folklore and modernity. Unlike many horror icons rooted solely in traditional ghost stories or urban legends, Sadako's narrative bridges the past and present, fusing age-old fears with contemporary technology. This blend marks a pivotal moment in horror's evolution, influencing countless films, narratives, and cultural expressions worldwide. Her emergence during the 1990s and early 2000s coincided with rapid technological changes, particularly the rise of digital media and the internet, making her story especially resonant. The cursed videotape serves as a compelling symbol of information's double-edged nature, its power to connect and its capacity to harm. Sadako also embodies the psychological complexity of trauma and repression. Her vengeful spirit is not merely a figure of supernatural fear but a representation of buried pain, societal neglect, and the consequences of unaddressed suffering. This thematic depth elevates her story beyond mere scare tactics to a poignant commentary on human vulnerability. Moreover, Sadako's gendered identity adds layers of social meaning. As a female ghost who is simultaneously victim and avenger, she challenges traditional gender roles within horror. Her portrayal invites discussions about women's experiences with trauma, marginalization, and agency in patriarchal societies. The global adaptations and reinterpretations of Sadako's story illustrate the fluidity of folklore in the digital age. Each retelling reflects local cultural contexts and contemporary fears, while maintaining the myth's core elements. This adaptability demonstrates the resilience and universality of Sadako's narrative. At the same time, her story's global journey highlights the complexities of cultural exchange. Hollywood remakes, while popularizing Sadako, often simplify or alter her story to fit Western horror conventions, raising questions about cultural preservation and appropriation. These issues remind us of the challenges inherent in translating deeply rooted cultural narratives across borders. Active fan communities play a crucial role in sustaining Sadako's mythos. Through creative engagement, fanfiction, art, cosplay, they keep the story alive and evolving, ensuring it remains relevant to new audiences and reflective of contemporary values. Sadako's story also exemplifies horror's capacity to function as a mirror for society's fears and tensions. Her myth encourages us to confront uncomfortable truths about trauma, technology, and the unknown, providing a space for reflection and catharsis. In conclusion, Sadako Yamamura is more than a horror icon. She is a cultural phenomenon that encapsulates the evolving nature of myth, media, and human fear. Her legacy reminds us of storytelling's enduring power to connect, challenge, and transform. The influence of Sadako extends beyond entertainment into academic and cultural discourse. Scholars analyze her story through lenses such as psychoanalysis, feminism, media studies, and folklore, revealing the multifaceted significance of her myth. Her narrative provides rich material for exploring how horror reflects social anxieties and negotiates cultural identity. It also demonstrates how global media shapes and reshapes local traditions, creating dynamic intercultural dialogues. Sadako's continuing evolution highlights the importance of adaptive storytelling in an era of rapid technological and social change. Her myth persists because it speaks to universal human experiences while adapting to new forms of expression and communication. Looking ahead, Sadako's legacy will likely continue to inspire creators and audiences worldwide. Her story offers endless possibilities for reinterpretation, ensuring that she remains a vibrant and relevant figure in global culture. In reflecting on Sadako's journey, we recognize the enduring human fascination with the supernatural and the power of stories to bridge the gap between past and present, reality and imagination.